मल्टी लाइफ जीने के लिए you need multi nutrients. Choose Centrum, world's #1 multivitamin. Multi benefits के साथ works for my healthy skin, strong bones, immunity, and overall health inside.
Good morning. I would request everyone to switch off or mute the volume of their mobile phones. 25 years, minds aflame. From spark to fire, whispered name. Leaders forged, dreams take flight, onward ever into light. A quarter century of shaping minds, forging leaders, and igniting ambition. Today, we gather here not just to commemorate the past, but to celebrate the vibrant tapestry woven by SIES School of Business Studies, formerly known as SIES College of Management Studies, in its 25 glorious years. From the first nervous batch of students stepping onto these hallowed grounds to the countless success stories that grace our alumni network. Our journey has been one of the unwavering dedication, constant evolution, and boundless pride. As we raise a toast to this momentous occasion, let the echoes of laughter, the warmth of shared memories, and the promise of future brimming with possibilities fill this hall. Today, be a testament to the legacy we have built together and a springboard for the dreams we collectively chase in these years to come. I am Ms. Dipali Shedge, along with my co-hosts Vishal Rai and Shruti Rajan. I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all present here for 25th anniversary celebration of the Institute. To commence the proceeding on this auspicious occasion, I request the dignitaries to light the traditional lamp and invoke the blessings of Almighty. I request Mr. Avnish Khandekar to render the prayer.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रामृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माञ्जुतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा निःशेषजाड्यापहा.
Thank you, Avnish. It was indeed so mesmerizing. Now, we are honored to have with us a luminary whose contribution to the very fabric of this institution are immeasurable. A scholar, a mentor, and a visionary leader whose wisdom has illuminated the paths of countless individuals. This is with immense pride and profound gratitude that I would like to introduce you all to the architect of the countless dreams, the embodiment of our institutional spirit, and the guiding lights on our journey of knowledge, Dr. A.K. Sen Gupta. I now invite Dr. A.K. Sen Gupta, our esteemed mentor at SIES SBS, to present the welcome address. I now request everybody to welcome him with a great round of applause.
Guests of the day, Mr. Vishal and Mr. Sandeep, and the guests will be coming subsequently. The alumni of the institute, the faculty members, the chairperson, the placement lifeline, everybody, the student friends, and the students from other colleges. I think on behalf of SIS management, on behalf of the SIS College of Management Studies, and also on behalf of the new baby, that is the SIS School of Business Studies, we extend a very hearty welcome to all of you for this momentous occasion of the 25th centenary of the PGDM Pharmaceutical Management Program. 25 years in the life of a program is not a very small achievement, in the sense that the way the program has grown, the way the program has developed, the way the program has shaped the young minds, and the way that we hear about the performances and the contributions by the numerous alumni who are working at the various corporate sector is a matter of great gratification to all of us at the management level. Because education is only one part of the story. That's only 2 years what we contribute to your life. Maybe when you graduate from here at the age of 22, 23, probably we hardly contribute anything in your lifetime actually. It's a 2-year program, and out of the 2-year program, some amount goes for the internship, some amount go to the holidays here and there, so hardly it remains 1.5 year examination, etc., 1 to 1.5 year. So actually the education intervention which goes at the postgraduate level particularly, I personally don't think that is very significant. You know, I have undergone educational journey in India and abroad at the various places. I personally, of course, I rate the educational institutions where I studied, because I am today what I am because of the educational institutions and the teachers. But the fact of the matter remains that the educational institutions do shape to a certain extent, but they don't contribute. It is essentially your own willingness to learn, your own passion, your own focus, your own resolve in life. Probably that has made difference. And therefore, when I meet some of the alumni who are working in the PGDM pharmaceutical management, or in the biotechnology management, or in the general PGDM or the MMS or the other programs I'm talking about of SIS, not only in India but outside, when we go and when we meet some of them, it gives a matter of immense amount of pleasure to us that the way they think, the way they feel, the way they talk, and the way they used to feel, think, talk at the college. There is a huge amount of difference. You know, so that's what I'm talking about, that our contribution has not been that significant as all of us think at the college level. You see, essentially when we see, when I look at a college student, let's say who passed out somewhere in the, let's say 2010-12 or 2015-17, so, you know, when I try to recall the performance of a student, and when I actually see the performance of a student of the field, there's a huge amount of difference. So it is more the sigma, or the more the contribution of the individual, the genetics, the teachers, the support from the corporate world, the support from the family of the family of the student, everything makes a full person. So if somebody thinks that education institutions are contributing to the entire growth and development of an individual, I don't think we are a misnomer. Then we feel proud because we are a part to that growth of a student. Because we have contributed something to the growth of the student, and therefore we feel very, very happy on this type of occasion that, 25th year when we stand over here, and when we look at the person who has graduated in the first batch, that was 97, 99, or the first batch of biotechnology management, that was 2004 and 6, wherever the student is actually, it's a proud alumnus of the South Indian Education Society. Not only the South Indian Education Society College of Management Studies, but the South Indian Education Society. And one thing that distinguishes our students, by and large, again I can use the word by and large always because aberrations, outliers are always there. One thing which I have seen is that they have extreme sense of value, the very high sense of personal and professional integrity and ethics, because that's extremely crucial in today's world. That's in my personal opinion, if you look at the outside human being, it is a planetary sustenance, ESG, etc., sustainability, developmental goals, etc., etc. That's outside the human being. That means outside me, on which I don't have much of a control. But what I have a control in me is to behave the way I should behave in this planet. That's within my control. And one of the things what we talk about in our student life always is that you should behave the way you must behave. So you must behave with respect, you must behave with humility, you must behave with professional integrity, you must behave as if you are an ordinary individual on the planet. You are nothing extraordinary if you consider the life of the planet, which people talk about roughly about 450 to 500 billion years. And if you're talking about the life of life, that means some of the time period of the life which existed on the planet, which is approximately 15 billion years. So what happens between 15 billions and 450 billions, nobody knows in this universe actually. And there are many universes like this. We are talking about one universe, a Big Bang effect, etc., etc. So we are, if you look at our existence as a human being, it is absolutely insignificant. It is absolutely insignificant. So thus the moment I appreciate that thinking, that feeling that I am an insignificant individual in this planet, trying to contribute significantly for the growth of this particular planet, the whole game plan changes. And that's possibly the view with a, that's what I talked about, that's the motto of the SIES, that how do I make a student understand and appreciate and feel that you are not significant as an individual, because you are actually insignificantly small if you look at this particular universe size, etc., etc. But you are trying to significantly contribute what you can for the growth of this particular planet. Probably that then makes an individual great. And that's probably the SIS motto has been, that how do I convert an insignificant person to contribute significantly for the growth of the planet. And that's probably the indirect motto. That cannot be a direct motto because that's a more of an abstract thing, but that has been the abstract motto of the South Indian Education Society. And therefore, wherever we meet the students, when we see the students are talking very nicely, talking very humbly, they're respecting the elders, they are behaving with a sense of very humility. They are behaving the way they should behave as a responsible citizen in the earth. It makes a great thing to us. Professional achievements do matter, no doubt about it. Professional achievements do matter because professional achievements do count in your life journey. In your life journey, we look at it, so we are talking about a personal achievement, you are talking about a personal achievement, but at the end of the day, it's not that how many cars you have, it's at the end of the day how many people you have lift. That becomes very important. People always say how many cars I have got. I don't think that makes a difference in life. Life makes a difference in how many people you have a lift in your life. So if you appreciate that as a student, that it's not important how many houses I have got, how big bungalows I have got, but probably it is more important to understand that how many people have given shelter to at the time of the distress, how much I have contributed back to the society to which I belong, because I am here because of the society. If the society is not there, if the religion is not there, if the family is not there, I am not there. So therefore, it is my responsibility to give back, because it is a mandatory requirement. It's not an optional thing. It's a mandatory requirement. Since I have come because of something, I need to give back to that. Because I am here because of something. Somebody from the frame of the religion will say you maybe have come because of the creation. The frame of science may say you have come up because of the some theory of evolution, Darwinian theory of evolution. But that's a frame of reference. So you are looking at a frame of reference of a religion or a frame of reference of a science. And there is no conflict between the two. But you are here because of something. So since you are here, it is your duty to give back to that. That's mandatory requirement once you learn that particular lesson of life. That's the message I wanted to give on this particular day, that once you understand that you have a mandatory reciprocal responsibility to the society to which you belong to, the community to which you belong to. If you understand that thing, you are done. You are done. You know, there are certain religions in the world which talks about or mandates the people to give a certain percentage of the salary to this community or to the society. Now, whether you make it mandatory, whether you make it optional, there are certain religions in this world you will see where if you are hungry, you can go to any langar khana and you can get the completely free food over there. So there are certain religions which are giving free food to the people. But those are religious requirements. But those religious requirements have actually emanated from the social responsibility. So if I take the pledge as a student of SIES, if I take the pledge as a student of not only SIES, any education institution I'm talking about today, that if I'm born in a country, it's my duty to give back to the country. If I'm born in a particular society, it's my responsibility to give back to the society. If I'm born, if I belong to a particular school, it's my responsibility to give back to the school. If I have graduated from a particular college, I should give back to that particular college. If I am born in a particular family, it's my responsibility to give back to my parents and to other parts of the family. If I believe in that philosophy, I think as a principle of life, you are done. As a principle of life, you are done. That's one thing I'm about to say. The second and the last thing. You know that every human being in the world has come with a purpose. You know, you must understand that you have come here with a purpose. Without purpose, nobody comes. You may not know about the purpose. That's a different thing altogether. But every human being in the world comes with a purpose. And that's what the Japanese use a very beautiful term. They call it ikigai. Ikigai essentially means your purpose of your life. So once you understand the purpose of your life, you become a full individual. So don't think, many of you are students of the pharmacy, maybe 80-90% of the here, maybe the student of pharmacy, don't look only from the frame of B.Pharm. Only don't look at from the angle or frame. There are various frames of life. You look from, I talked about frame of religion, there can be frame of science, there can be frame of pharmacy, there can be frame of arts, there can be frame of literature, there can be frame of music, there can be several frame of life. Look the life from life frame. Look the life from the life frame. Once you look the life from the life frame, you know, your perspective changes. So think of the purpose of life. Once you think about the purpose of the life, you are actually, you will understand who you are, what you should do. And once you decide what you should do, then you know how you do it. You know, the problem is I don't know what to do. That's the purpose of life. Because if I don't know what to do, then I cannot go to the next step, and that is how to do. So what to do is the definition of a purpose of a life. So my request to all the student community will be to look at the purpose of life, because the purpose of life is much beyond your corporate journey, much beyond your personal journey. It's a much beyond that. I'm not going to religion framework at all. I'm talking about look at the purpose of your life, look at the bigger picture, look at the bigger picture rather than looking at a very, very small picture. Look at the bigger picture, look at what you want to do in life. What can you do? What's the purpose for which you have come to this world? And once you understand the purpose what for which you have gone to the world, you know, you probably will be a much better individual. You will be much better individual than what you are today. And therefore, on this 25th journey, as I congratulate all the alumni, the wonderful performances, their great personal contributions, their great social contributions. We have never heard about barring a few circumstances here and there, 99% alumni, we have only and only got the good feedback. You know, I don't go to the corporate nowadays, but my colleagues who go from the corporate over here, they come back with a great sense of pride, and then when they tell me, I feel extreme sense of happiness and gratification that we have never heard any bad thing, any adverse feedback, barring that person ne chhod diya, naukri chhod diya. You can't help it in this world today, because people have to live, people have become too much of an aspirational, and the whole concept of time duration doesn't make any sense nowadays. Everybody is moving at the speed of light. So I think that we can't help it in the world today. But I'm talking about barring that thing that the people have left the job, I don't think that we have got any negative feedback. So I am sure that on 25th year, as we take a pride in that, we also feel that the students will continue to do the same thing in future as well, so that SIES, this PGDM Pharmaceutical Management Program, and when the SIS becomes a university, probably it will become some other name. It might become a school, a part of a school of a school of a healthcare, or whatever it is I'm talking about. It will become a part of a school of a health administration or healthcare, etc., etc. I mean to say the college will do a great job. So on behalf of, once again, all of us present over here, I wish all today, I think I am given to understand once again that today afternoon there is an alumni meet of PGDM Pharmaceutical Management at PGDM. Health permits, I'll come back to you, but come back there at that particular point in time. But otherwise also, it's a great day for us, it's a great joyous moment for us, and let's thank once again all the faculty colleagues, all the students, all the alumni. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
With utmost respect and profound admiration, we extend our heartfelt thanks to Dr. A.K. Sengupta. Your dedication to build SIS SBS serves as a true inspiration to all. Now, I request ushers to kindly escort our dignitaries onto the dais. It's an honor for me to introduce you to our chief guest, Mr. Vishal Miswani. Mr. Vishal Miswani is a distinguished leader with an illustrious 29 years journey in the pharmaceutical industry. He has an educational background of bachelor's in pharmacy and a master's in marketing management from Mumbai University. Currently serving as a CEO at Medley Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Miswani brings a wealth of experience and a proven track record in efficiently managing P&L, launching blockbuster and award-winning brands, and exploring new avenues of business. Prior to his role at Medley Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Miswani served as the vertical head and vice president of sales and marketing at Lupin Pharmaceuticals. During his tenure, he spearheaded the creation and growth of new businesses across diverse therapy areas, including cardiovascular, diabetes, CNS, gynecology, ophthalmology, and dermatology. Mr. Miswani's passion for digital transformation and innovation in the pharmaceutical sector sets him apart as a forward-thinking leader. He thrives on collaborating with cross-functional teams, partners, and stakeholders to deliver unparalleled value and excellence to both customers and patients. Now, I request Dr. Chitra ma'am to felicitate Mr. Vishal Miswani.
Thank you, sir. Now we have with us Mr. Sandeep Gupta, well known as Nutraceutical Man of India, as a guest of honor for today's event. Mr. Sandeep Gupta is a nutraceutical evangelist and strategist, influencer, global speaker, panelist, chief mentor, executive coach, and an eminent personality of nutrition and nutraceutical industry. He is a pharmaceutical graduate and has a master's in business administration, currently associated as a distinguished member of leadership excellence at Harvard Square, situated at USA. Mr. Gupta holds expertise in self-leadership, servant leadership, and intelligent leadership practice in his career, and his interest lies in mentoring passionate and budding youngsters in the nascent days of their career, with the ambition of catch them young, catch them with passion. Mr. Gupta has over 28 years of experience with pharmaceuticals and nutraceuticals in functions of sales, market research, marketing, business development, and business strategy. As chief founder of INAC, he led a council of 150 plus experts, MNCs, and companies focusing on sector growth through education and awareness. He is also the chief strategic director and mentors a national wellness project aligning with Bollywood and sports personalities, emphasizing clean and safe nutrition. Currently, he is the chairman of Standard Review Group, Nutraceuticals at SAI, advisory board member, UBM. Over and above all, he is a highly active and agile national spokesperson for healthcare and food industry in India and internationally. His recent achievements being the first and the only Indian on executive advisory board at Informa exhibition, and has recently appeared in the list of top 100 achievers leading with excellence globally. Now I request our placement head, our professor, Ms. Jharna Lulla ma'am, to felicitate Mr. Sandeep Gupta. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Vishal Meshwani to share his insights on opportunities and challenges in pharmaceutical industry. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to all of you from my side, and good morning to my colleagues from the industry. Good morning to the entire faculty, and thank you, Dr. Chitra, for inviting me here for this occasion. I'm indeed honored to be a part of this celebration of 25 years of SIES School of Management. Hearty congratulations to the Institute for completing a glorious 25 years and many more to come. Well, thank you for the kind introduction about me. I've been associated in the last 30 years with the pharma industry. Like all of you, I too was a gleaming management graduate 30 years ago, right? I did my B.Pharm and then I decided to join the pharma industry and did my management and then made some footprints in the industry. And the journey has been really very interesting, very exciting, and full of growth, right? I think as we grow in our journey, we learn a lot of new things. And I also learned a lot of new things in my journey. I have a strong belief that education is pivotal for growth in today's context, right? You see that especially the healthcare industry today, right? We need people like you, management students with science background, to lead industry from the front. You guys are going to be driving the future of the industry. And I also have a firm belief that education doesn't end with your postgraduate degree. Actually, it begins after that, as Professor and Dr. Sen Gupta also was mentioning in his talk, that real education will begin now when you go out in the real world, right? Yes, theoretical concepts are very important for us to take it ahead in the industry, but your real education will begin when you step into the pharma industry, or I would say healthcare industry. I would not limit my talk to pharma industry. I think it's all about the healthcare industry. We need to broaden our horizon. Let's not look at pharma industry. Let's look at the healthcare industry. So you really need to look at the healthcare industry as your playing ground, not only working in pharma companies, but the space is amazing, the space is exciting, and the future is superb. You know, when we were in the industry 25, 30 years ago, we didn't have any options, right? We did our B.Pharm and then we joined it. We worked as medical reps for some time to gain some understanding, right? And then we came into product management. But now you look at the opportunities available for all young, exciting graduates. The healthcare sector in India is actually booming and it's going to grow very fast, right? And you see, in the last few years, the pace with which technology has caught up is amazing. It will create a huge opportunity for everybody in the healthcare sector. So look at healthcare sector as your playing field. Don't look only pharma industry, right? What do we mean by healthcare sector? Today, you know, if you see the government, if you read the government policies, it is quite forward looking, right? India was a largely urban and urbanized society about a few years ago, but the way in which our government has expanded its reach, healthcare reach, and the plans ahead to touch the millions of people who are not getting access to healthcare will create huge opportunities for all of you in the future. Like there are areas which were not touched or not even thought about before. Rural marketing, right? Till now, most of us in the pharma industry, barring a few companies like Dr. Reddy's, which took a step in the rural market a few years ago, and now Lupin is there into that. I think the rural market is going to be one of the growth drivers of the pharmaceutical industry in the next 1 decade. And the kind of programs which government is making, the kind of programs which our government is making in development of Tier 2, Tier 3 and Tier 4 cities, it gives a huge scope of expansion for the pharmaceutical sector, right, to explore new ways and innovative approaches in the rural markets. So rural is one of the big opportunities I see for the pharmaceutical industry in the coming years, right? Another big sector where we are going to see a huge growth is hospital sector, right? As we grow, right, as our infrastructure increases, you will see so many small and medium chain hospitals expanding across Tier 2, Tier 3 and Tier 4 towns, right? So what is in it for all of you, right? You also need to look at hospital sector as a growth opportunity for all of you. Adopt to the requirements of that sector. Use your skills in order to facilitate your growth and that sector growth. So that's a huge opportunity for the industry, that is the hospital sector, which is going to grow like leaps and bounds in the coming years. Another very big area which is coming up is diagnostic labs. I mean, I'm sure all of you must be seeing social media and otherwise that so many new diagnostic labs are coming up in India. That's a huge opportunity for India, because in India, the kind of awareness about preventive healthcare is there. Diagnostic labs will play a very big role in the growth story of India. Now you need to fit yourself there. How you want to place yourself as young leaders. Many of you are B.Pharm graduates, many of you are management graduates. Where you want to go, right? I am talking to you about these because don't limit yourself only to organized pharmaceutical sector. Look at the healthcare sector where India is going to grow and grow tremendously in the next 1 decade or so. So this is another sector which is going to contribute to the growth story of pharmaceuticals and healthcare sector in India. Another area which is really the talk of the town, all of you know that pre-COVID, how digitalization was, and post-COVID, how digitalization is going to play a big role. And digital marketing, which was never heard of, the pace of adoption of digital marketing is increased, I think, 10-folds and 20-folds. This is where we look at innovation. We are in the industry at a stage where we need to adopt faster to the digital marketing trends, right? This is where we look upon the young guys who are coming to the industry to bring fresh thoughts into what pharma industry can adopt to the digital way of marketing, right? This is what we expect from the new graduates who are coming out in the market. So my recommendation to all of you is that yes, you have your basic degrees with you, your course programs, etc. But don't limit yourself to your theories. You need to really study what is latest in the market in terms of digital, adopt digital as a part of your learning and bring it to the industry, right? Really, we are looking at people when we think of recruiting today. Earlier, when I used to recruit people in the brand management, there was a classical thought, right, of having a certain skill sets. But now the skill sets are changing, right? We need people who are going to adapt to the newer ways of working. And I think digital is here to stay. We have seen how social media, there is a burst of activities on social media. And if you see today, the pace of adoption of digital has increased amongst our customers as well. Till about 3 to 4 years ago, many of the large community of doctors was not digitally savvy. Today, majority of the doctors are all on online platforms. They are aware and they are adept for using the digital platforms. So the challenge for the industry is how we can use this platform to really convert a customer into a customer for the industry. So this is one area where I look forward, where we can actually grow. Today there are companies which are doing a lot of work on the digital front, but still I think long way to go. We need to really hasten the pace with which we adopt. And when I see today there are many organizations or courses available on digital adoption. So go and learn those courses online and adopt your skills to the new requirement of the industry, right? I always tell my colleagues or the new joinees is learning doesn't stop when you join an organization. For me as well, after spending almost 30 years now in the industry, I think learning doesn't stop, right? In fact, I feel that I am a bit behind now. I need to adopt faster with the latest trends. So learning is always a continuous process. Never stop learning. Another big area which is coming up in the pharmaceutical sector is digital therapeutics. We have never heard about digital therapeutics till a few years ago. This is a new concept, and in fact, about a couple of months ago, there is one company, the first company in the world, which got FDA approval for digital therapeutics as a prescriptive care for patients with diabetics. So this is the tip of the iceberg. This is an area which is going to grow tremendously. Now there are few companies, I think one of the companies which has adopted is Lupin. In Lupin, they had got a special digital therapeutics department to cater to patients with diabetes, especially and cardiology disease. And I think recently also, DRL also got into the space with neuropsychiatry. So this is one very exciting area. Now what is digital therapeutics? I think this is a topic which can be discussed. It doesn't get covered in 1 hour. It takes a full day to discuss about digital therapeutics. But it's and very simple words put to you, it is an end-to-end solution for a patient, right from the treatment in the emergency department to the recovery phase at home. So this is the entire scope of digital therapeutics, right? It includes your devices, which are the most important part of digital therapeutics. Home management devices, right? So, and customization of patient management. So you have a scope, my dear friends and students, to specialize in this area of digital therapeutics as well, right? Learn those things and tricks. Today we are moving from a volume-based to a value-based industry, right? We are looking at customization, right, for doctors and patients, both. Another very exciting area which is gaining momentum in the industry today is patient centricity, right? Till a few years ago, there were a few companies which were looking at patient centricity, but now this is really gaining momentum. So look at yourself how you can participate in the patient journey, right from the disease management to recovery and post-recovery. Today, a lot of companies are looking at patient centricity as one of the biggest factors which influences the customers. Today, your customers don't have the time, if you ask me, to manage patients directly, right? So pharmaceuticals companies play a very big role, right, in participating with the doctors to ensure the patient well-being. So patient centricity is gaining a lot of momentum. Another very, very big area which is going to come up in the next 1 decade is home health care, right? Till a few years ago, there were hardly any companies in the space of home health care management. But today, you see, India has got a aging population, lifestyle diseases are increasing, right? People have got more disposable income, right? So, lot of people want home health care. So, this is another segment which is going to grow rapidly in the next 1 decade or so. There are a few organized companies now coming into the home health care segment. So, this is another opportunity for our industry, right? The healthcare industry to grow rapidly is a home healthcare segment. So think now of where you want to participate. See the scope of growth for all of you. All of these things were never there when I was graduated out a few years ago. But now the scope has expanded like anything. These are just a few areas. And most important area, I think, which is really a trending thing now in the last 1 year or 2 years is AI. Data analytics, data science. How do we integrate data analytics in AI in pharmaceutical sector is a big challenge, right? There are startups which are coming up which offer solutions. So you have an opportunity to participate in this area, which is a very exciting area. I would urge to all of you is that you have to gain skills in this area of data analytics and data science. We want the new age people who are coming in the industry to integrate marketing with data science and AI. Because we, from the older generation, are not as adept, we are not as quick in learning as you guys are, right? So we expect data analytics and data science to be one of the fulcrum which will actually help the industry grow in the future. So again, my recommendation to all of you is that adopt this, okay? And I don't know whether the institutions have got data analytics and data science integrated as a part of the course curriculum. I am sure it is, Dr. Chitra is saying. So use that very effectively to actually help the industry. This is the area which is going to grow. The future is AI, right? And we are already adopting fast. And everyday interactions now also you see where we are on Amazon. How many of you are on Amazon? All of us, right? So, you know, when we are on Amazon, we get personalized recommendations. When we buy something, it is all AI enabled, right? So is the customer today. When we approach our customer for any marketing campaign, AI will enable us to know the choices and preferences of our customers. What are his likes, what are his dislikes. Hence, the future is customized marketing campaigns to each and every doctor. This is where we expect you guys to participate and help us in the industry. So again, what I would like to share with you is your level playing playground is not the pharma industry but the entire healthcare space. Look at that as an opportunity for all of you, right? This is a very exciting time for the healthcare space in India. I wish that all of you succeed in your careers and many of you will grow up and become leaders and CEOs and MDs in the next 10 to 20 years. And I wish SIES all the best in its future endeavors, and I am sure under the leadership of Dr. Chitra, Dr. Sen Gupta and all the faculty here, it is going to grow leaps and bounds. All the best once again to all of you, and thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insights on the healthcare sector, rural marketing, diagnostics, digital marketing, digital therapeutics, patient centricity, home healthcare, and AI in the healthcare industry. Now, I request our guest of honor, Mr. Sandeep Gupta, to enlighten us on the topic, trending nutraceutical industry. Over to you, sir.
Generally, I don't carry paper and I'm an extempore speaker. But I thought I'm coming to an institute. I need to give an insight about the industry. Firstly, congratulations to SIES Institute for its 25th anniversary. I am really enlightened with the people present here. Mr. Meswani, Dr. A.K. Sen Gupta, Parikshit, who is Parikshit, right? So who's been my colleague in the industry. So we all a part and parcel of the industry. And the whole, the talk we are making here is to ignite an idea and inspiration to innovate. And that is something which you need to carry when the industry comes here, speaks about it. We sometime were the students. We are still the student of the industry. We are still the learned professionals of the industry. What I would like to give an insight, it's very important to tell you about it. My journey in this industry had started in 1982. You guys will be surprised how old I might be. So basically my journey started in 1982 with my father, who actually carried me when he was opening a chemist store, a pharmacy store in Sion. And he said the best learning is let's start, what is your, he wanted to generate an interest in me. When Dr. A.K. Sen Gupta was talking about it, he said an institute guides you. They are the gurus where the professors, the teachers, the faculty, they give you the direction, the guidelines. They provide you the foundation, they provide you the discipline, but basically what is more important is your inner will, is your passion, and more important is the purpose. And this is my favorite topic because I've been coached by the coach of Steve Jobs, John Maton, and he only ignited a very important element of my professional perspective or the personal perspective is the purpose. And then I was trained, coached, I was ignited in this area. I always found that nothing beyond or I would say it's about the purpose. And that's why one day I thought of it, why not I start my journey as fresh again when I was coached, and it says, what is my purpose? I started my journey in this industry. I was a representative, right? As rightly said, we all started as a medical representative, and we went into as a management trainee, and then we did became into a product management, started as product executive, and the journey started. We reached to the CEO level. When I said I learned about purpose, the very first, the marketing mind, the tricky mind is that I should register. What is that I should register? It says, why is the new fly? And today I went to the trademark attorney and I registered that. This is something which has ignited in me so much. And I said, what is that purpose which we are built in for? And that's why my journey started basically in 1982, and my father took to a pharmacy, and he said, the best learning is there. Whether you want to be a businessman, whether you want to enter into a science, and in science, whether you want to be a doctor or an engineer or a pharmacist, and what is that best you can learn? I said, let's go into a ground where I can learn more about what all things. I could learn about medicines, nutrition. I could learn about doctors, patients. As a chemist, how the trading takes place about it, how the distribution setup takes place about it. I learned, and literally, let me tell you about it. Every day, from the age of 8 or 9 years, my father took me even to Masjid Bandar, the Dawa Bazaar, and with the jholi, we used to go and do the marketing. When I say the marketing was about going and hunting for the medicines, he used to write on a piece of paper with handwriting that if this is sold, and we used to immediately write in the logbook, and we had to go, and he says you have to go and do a research and see where it is bought, and has to go to the distributor and buy of it. So my journey started in 1982, where I learned about the pharmaceuticals, medicines, nutrition at the age of 8. And from 82 till my graduation and post-graduation, I was always part of that pharmacy store, and I kept learning about the medicine and pharmaceuticals. In this occasion, like of 25th anniversary, I would just like to tell you all, dear students, the faculty members, the respected principals, deans of the colleges, that I stand here before you as a proponent of industry, and it is a beacon of health and innovation. Nutraceutical industry, nutraceuticals is a portmanteau of nutrition and pharmaceuticals. When you understand pharmaceuticals and nutraceuticals, we need to understand what are these. Today nutraceuticals are available, and as Meswani ji has already mentioned about it, we are talking about an healthcare industry. We are talking about not simply pharmaceuticals, but we are talking about pharmaceuticals, preventive wellness, we are talking about diagnostics, we are talking about healthcare at home, and much beyond it today, the subject where I am focusing when it comes to health is about the integrated wellness. Today or tomorrow when you talk about it, it's industry and if you see the era which is going on is so dynamic, there's so much of advancement. Today, the personalized nutrition, when it says healthcare at home, there is also a subject called personalized nutrition, integrated wellness, the various therapies which is begin everywhere in the world, and India has already taken a front stage to it about it. Important is that as of now, if you see the Indian nutraceutical market, which is valued at USD 6.13 billion, and it's expected to continue to grow impressively with a projected CAGR of 11.39% by 2029. The industry represents a fusion of nutrition and pharmaceuticals undergoing a shifting focus towards preventive healthcare, as I said. And what made me adopt nutraceuticals or what made me choose this industry was my journey started in 1982, which has given me a lot of learning. So learning, reading, your association is very important with the subject matter where you stay in, where you are in the ecosystem about it. Your learning should be continuously as a student about it. I'll come back to you about your career opportunities, your passion, where it should pull you. It's very important. Now, what is very, very important now, the landscape and the growth opportunities you should look in the industry about it. In the current scenario, if you see, industry is a hub of various aspects, activities, the kind of a potential. But what exactly is significantly driving is the most important is the rise of health consciousness. People have realized very late, is industry what it is offering, right? But it's something where on the other side is what the population, the public, the people who are accepting you about it. You've seen the situations during COVID. The pre-COVID, what was the situation, how much we were health conscious about it. And the post-COVID, now how the situation has changed. The most importantly during COVID, what all we did, what all we have not done it when it came to health, to prevent ourselves, to protect ourselves. You see the every aspects of the industry was highlighted, its potential was when when the people was desperate in need of prevention, the protection. And it was all that, do we have to just rely on medicine, or was there a way to prevent medicines and to be and to adopt a preventive health or the, the wellness perspective about it? We all started adopting those steps, which was like traditionals, like taking ginger tea, adding no additional curcumin to your the food items. You started using those black seed, which is called as kalonji, and all these things. What was all this? This was all purely a traditional nutrition and I would say age-old solutions when it came to an immunity, and which all was lying in the industry. And today what industry is doing about it is just taking back to your roots, taking back to your grandmom's recipes and therapies, what they have adopted those days when there was no effective medicines and there was no effective nutrition available at that point of time. It is your kitchen which was acting as a pharmacy. So it was like the food, which the food is also a medicine. Your food, eating healthy, taking preventive, when you say steps, was adding this nutrition to your thing about it. So this was an area where people became very conscious, knowledgeable, and where the world has moved to understood that health is so important. Health is your wealth. When you talk about health is your wealth. So something, I would say health consciousness and awareness about the health, wellness, fitness has given a huge, I would say, a biggest landscape, or has improvised the ecosystem for the industry. And for all of us, you all as a student should think very widely that how do you tap such kind of an opportunity when it comes to an idea, or when you should take an inspiration to do an innovation in such areas. Innovation in the industry is the lifeblood of, if you see, of our industry. We are pioneering novel nutraceuticals targeting ailments. Today, I'll tell you about it. I've almost been working in nutraceutical industry for now more than 28 years. In fact, the nutraceutical, I was the first one amongst 2 or 3 people who brought nutraceuticals as nutraceutical term in India. I brought many nutraceuticals molecules in India like coenzyme Q10, evening primrose oil. In fact, I'm an expert in omega-3. When it says generation of fish oils, the cod liver oil and all. So I've worked in almost more than about 1,000 ingredients of nutraceuticals. I've screened in more than 750 products I've launched in my career, whether be it's on the side of the marketing or be side of the B2B. I've been always a frontier to develop a nutraceutical products for all the multinationals, top Indian corporations. In fact, my colleague was stating that many of the brands which exist in Dr. Reddy's has been developed by me and been offered to Dr. Reddy's, like I've offered made for GSK and all. So what I'm trying to say is now, the scenario is, there's a nutraceutical for preventive wellness. There's a therapeutic nutraceuticals which treats diseases. We do not claim, because the policies do not allow you to claim about treating with nutraceuticals, but there are provisions in the law or in the regulation says how you should position this product for. So there are specialized nutraceuticals which has been developed for your diabetes, for your cardiology therapies. Then we talk about arthritis. We talk about ophthalmology. There are specialized nutraceuticals. So I was the first one who developed a first nutraceutical when it came to a combination of omega-3, lutein and zeaxanthin for cataract, for an age-related macular degeneration about it. So what I'm trying to say is the innovation is very deep. You have an opportunity when you as B.Pharm students or a life sciences student with a blend of management studies, you need to think far. When you start a career, don't limit your career just to know the marketing. There's a technology adaptation and the production and research. Meswani is talking about, we're all talking about digitization. We're talking about AI. We're talking about generative medicine. We're talking about digital therapeutics. We are all talking about machine learning, statistical learning. This is going to be the heart of your success or a career ahead. You have to adapt. You need to learn, read, adapt, take certifications. Your learning is never going to be ending about it. As he rightly said, he is learning. I'm learning today. In fact, I was interacting with my son yesterday, and we were just casually. He is in the BTech data science, and he's very strong in data analytics. He's just started his career. And we were discussing about it, what is that important he needs to do it about it. And I was saying is, while you are working now, concurrently, start taking additional certifications about it. Try and connect. There are a lot of institutes in India. There's a lot of allied institutes who provide such kind of an education, but there are internationally a lot of acclaimed certified institute who gives them a really, really very intensive courses, a distance learning and online learning. Doesn't stop. You don't have to go to the institute. Today there is a self-learning, self-coaching. It's going on and you're getting certified. But the must is you should know the technology, the advancement, the digitization, which is going to take the world rapidly into advanced developments and about it. So, the technology adaptation is very pivotal. With AI-driven drug discovery, we are at the forefront of a technological renaissance. So what is important is Indian companies not just adopting these technologies. Mr. Meswani said that many of the companies have adopted technologies. Why don't you yourself go read about what companies are doing? Why we feel so resistant, how much research we do about it. See Lupin. They have started the Skyflix. Mankind, they've started a Docflix. Cipla has started a Cipla Med. All of this, there are technologies which not only in the area of engagement with the doctors, the patients, when we talk about the HCP programs or healthcare at home, it's not about only just and doctors. There are technologies which is driven today to run the motivational programs for I would say the sales teams, the marketing teams, which is taking a place. You should go and see and what Mankind is doing about it. Mankind was simply a startup, I would say about 2 decades back of it. Today it's become a very advanced by way of technology, and they're doing some interesting digital programs, called Superman for their the people in the for their organizations about it. So what I'm trying to say, the technology, the digitization, the AI driven, or we are witnessing various developments in this industry. Don't restrict yourself to just that product management. I always feel the limited thoughts or the mindset. We need to treat the mindset of the students about it when they come out of the students is about it. It's not just product management. And as rightly said, Mr. Meswani is very, very, correct. I'm glad that he accepted the fact that he comes from a generation where all this access was not there. I also come from the same generation of the access about it. But how I make it myself enable today, it's a challenge because whom I am interacting with. Students like who I feel, as I said, one of my aspiration is to hold the hand of the youngsters and catch them young with the passion. How do I learn? You are the youngsters, when you go to the industry, you bring the new things, the innovative things, the technology, the advancement, and the CEOs rely on the confidence of you as young aspirants coming to it about it. We are a new age people. When you come in, we talk about the new age. The Gen Zs are the people who are going to be, and you see a prime minister, the kind of an agenda he drives, the kind of technology he is adapting for his nation, the kind of, I would say he's, at one point in time, he takes a backseat and says, I'm fear of this AI, but you cannot stop AI because the world has already taken the AI so aggressively and such an advancement. So why we should stay behind over it? We need to see how wisely, how effectively, how legitimate, I would say, how legally we compliant we use about, because AI can be dangerous also. AI is taking it about, but yes, it is a part and parcel of our life. Like the way we has to have a hand, when we used to use a landline phone and the smartphone became a part of our life, today we cannot live. We cannot remember of one single number. We don't remember a phone number of our own family members, which is the worst part of it. But yes, it has given an advancement, it has given an access, it has given an engagement, it has given an actually, a kind of a reach, which we would have not thought about 20, 30 years back of it. So when you talk about the research advancement development, our progress in research, particularly in herbal, Ayurvedic, nutraceutical is commendable. Collaboration between academia and industry. Trust me, I'm the one who started along with an institute, and I'm very proud to say that It was my home institute, SIES Institute. I started a program called Postgraduate Diploma in Food Technology and Nutraceuticals. In fact, I was last week in SIES. We have also commenced a 2 years full-time MSc in Food Technology and Nutraceuticals. So is many colleges, like we are taking this initiative, 3 of the other colleges, we have already started this course, which is an hand-holding to the people who are life sciences to continue their deep, intense, extensive research, study, understanding. So when they are ready by, they are ready to take by an industry and start from the day, connect with the industry with the right subject matter. We are not talking about today theories. We are talking about theory for your mindset orientation. But the adaptation of the theory into the practice is when you reach to industry, when you do an hand-holding with the industry, when the industry picks you up as during the placement or when you are selected, think very practical. Don't talk theory in an interview. Talk practical about what you understand about industry. Go and do market research. Why you need a company to start the market research to give you the project title. You should go yourself, self-study about what's happening in the market. You should go meet pharmacies. You should go to the supermarkets and see what's happening in pharmaceutical, FMCG or the food industry about it. So when you sit and interact with an industry, they understand the psychology and the mindset for you to adopt to the ecosystem of the organizations, and then they assign you the project or a role which is more effective for your career building and career development. That is something which you should always interact when you meet the industry people. Then very importantly, when I said about the digital perspective in marketing and sales, digital transformation is must. Not a single company, the sustenance, a survival today for any organization, for any sector, digital transformation is going to be must, and every individual is going to be challenged. The skill set is going to play. In our days, the skill set, I understand the psychology of all students. When you enter into the pharmaceutical industry, you will be asked to first go work as a medical rep. Today, the times are different. Today, it's absolutely different because the requirement, the ecosystem of the industry today, now the must, I would say, a looked for skill set, madam, it's going to be the digital. Is the skill set, how technologies, techno-savvy they are, how digitally they are equipped with, how they understand the AI, how fast, because we have to cut down the time. We have to reach, we have to give the access of innovative technologies, innovative products, differentiated products, unique solutions to the patients, to the consumers of this country. Or we are talking about taking the organization, the Indian organization, to multiple. I am the one who launched nutraceuticals for many of the Indian companies in ROW markets, the first one to launch nutraceuticals in 42 markets for many companies, including Dr. Reddy's, Ipca, Lupin. All of these companies have taken the nutraceuticals in the world at the times when people didn't understand the nutraceuticals. Today, we have a platform like Amazon, marketplaces when we talk about it. We talk about performance marketing, the Google, the Facebook ads about it. Today, your brands can reach in a span of seconds to any part of the world in any corner of it. So digitally being sound, it's very important. The opportunities plethora. I'm coming to those opportunities, what you should look about it. Important before looking at an opportunity, your governance, your policy compliance, your regulatory compliance plays a larger role. You need to, when you're working in any function, see the functionality dynamics. When you do an innovation, first start the thinking is whether this innovation is going to be you will be able to fulfill that idea into innovation and into practice. Always look at the policy, the regulation, so you don't waste time, and be always very sharp, proactive. Even if there are challenges and issues, it's about the mindset. How do you overcome? A classical example is about the nutraceutical industry, Mr. Meswani. I don't know whether you're aware, or Parikshit, you are aware of this. In 2012, this industry came to halt. A brand like Revital was banned. It was banned because it was all before a proprietary foods. Why I'm saying, when you enter into a brand management, marketing management, these details will help you that how you innovate and apply your mind and in the practices, which is very important, not just go haywire. That regulatory and the policies play a larger role. The compliances play a larger role. In 2012, more than 5,500 products brands were banned. And nobody had a clue what to do about it. And the industry had come to halt. A brand like Revital was banned, and it was such a difficult stage about it. At that point of time, I didn't had a clue about anything about the regulatory or nor the legal. And when it came to my function, I was helpless and I was handicapped and what to do about it. I did a lot of research. I did a lot of reading about the legal aspects of it, and I saw there is a huge flaw in the law. A government cannot ban the product unless it is banned by a central authority. I took that as a lead information. I made a plaint. I met the lawyer. I said, I am absolutely feeling harassed. My industry, how it's going to operate, how I'm going to service the preventive wellness sector. Government is talking about preventive wellness, the healthcare and about it. If this is banned, how are we going to prevent the disease about it? I went to the lawyer and he said, let's file the case. And we went and filed the case at the High Court. Believe me, after consistent hearing of 1.5 years, every Thursday I used to spend my time in the court with the lawyers, with the judges to hear that hearing about it. One day a sigh of relief will come out of it. In 2012, when this case was filed in 2013, believe me, after meeting number of people, the politicians, the health ministers, the Ministry of Food Processing about it, I kept explaining. I went with the paper. This is wrong. The industry is in a mess. How can you stop this about it? They didn't have a clue about it. Why? Because there are a lot of unethical and unstandardized practice were going on. Because of few people, there was an attack on the entire pharmaceutical and the health, the nutraceutical industry, and the product was banned. And I could go to High Court then. I challenged the bureaucrats, the IS officer. There were 6 IS officers who actually was transferred during that particular process, because I challenged them. I took them to the High Court. I won the case. And again, the government came heavy on me as an individual, and they took me to the Supreme Court. I went to the Supreme Court with a very more stronger version of it. I did an RTI and got the information of it. And what I found it, there's a regulation in place which government was not placing on the surface of it. I went out, I fought for that, and I got the order from the Supreme Court, and the product approval process was struck by the court, the Supreme Court, the highest authority, by the bench of 3 judges. And there the fame came into me about, because it was all about the mindset that who will go and bell the cat? Who will take the first initiative? So I said, change your mindset. If there are challenges, if there are issues, you are the one to take the charge of it. Another example about it, we are talking about the preventive wellness. We are talking about a good health. Junk foods are provided with a tax of 5%. It's so easily accessible. A tax is 5%. When you go to the Middle East, any product which contains sugar, it is 50% taxes. In India, for a preventive wellness, we used to pay 28% taxes. I said, no way. I took a lead about it. I said, government, whatever you do, I don't care about it. My industry, I will pay 18% tax of this. I feel it can be 5%, but I'm taking as 18%. And believe me, I got the order from the government from 28 to 18% taxes, and nutraceutical was brought because of preventive wellness. My still endeavor is to bring 18 to 5%, because we are talking about preventive wellness. It is a top 3 agenda. In the top 3 agenda of the nation, of the Prime Minister, that preventive wellness, the nutraceuticals, ioceuticals, the health products are going to take a frontier stage in the industry about it. Very important is encouraging startups and SMEs. This is something which is, you see, I would say, be wise. This is something which is very, very important to understand, that we've seen a lot of startups coming and they're claiming to be a unicorn. There are hundreds of startups coming, I would say, every day. Startups is going to be ever growing. It's very, very positive. I have launched 3 startups. I've been mentoring the startups founders. Today, I go to the pharmaceutical companies, nutraceutical companies. I work closely with the CEOs and managements. I participate in many of the brand plan meetings. I design a product for them. But I'll tell you about it. When it comes to startup and SMEs, a startup especially, have to be very, very important, that how ethically, when you design, you all are an aspirant startup, I couldn't say founder. If you think about an idea, you need to take forward that idea with the problem state you are addressing in the market about it. Identify the problem state and what is the solution you are offering to that problem state in the country. if you are able to identify one problem state and you address that with the right solution, and that solution is unique, differentiated, and disruptive, you can make your own startup a successful about it. So don't restrict yourself just to being in the industry. Okay, get into an industry, service a little, learn about various aspects of it. Like, again, when I started in sales. I went into in product management. I was into a marketing as a marketing head about it. From there, they found me an opportunity that I'm good in Salesforce excellence and process management. So I went in there. And along with an additional assignment of corporate communication, that is image building, I did in Bayer Healthcare. Now I was part of Bayer for almost 8 years, where I got an exposure, a best learning there. I got it. Before that, I was in Alchem. So I started my career basically with Unisearch. Then I spent a time a lot in there. Then I went to Unique Pharmaceuticals. Then I came to Alchem. I spent time in Alchem for some time, and then I went to Universal Medicare. And then I went for Bayer for 8 years. I came back and as a business, a business strategy head in Universal Medicare and Geltech Private Limited, where it was B2B. I handled more than 3,000 crores CRAMS business. So I developed I said there where I developed a lot of products there about it. And then again, my aspiration and dream was again to come back into the brand and advertising and about it. I came into brand marketing and again into the area after having a CRAMS. I came into brand marketing. I launched 3 to 4 startups. I owned startups, 2 to 3 startups. I owned that startups. And importantly, what exposure I got. I came from sales. I came from marketing. I went into business development. I went into CRAMS. I went into I had the entire regulatory policy governance. Today, I mentor industry into area of all these areas. And you know what the funny part of it? I came into the new age world and became an expert. What was that? It was D2C. Today, I am considered to be as a D2C. When I go to it about it, I'm launching D2C division for pharmaceutical companies. Because that I feel D2C in pharmaceutical, that is e-commerce in pharmaceutical, became a big opportunity, which is a newer opportunity for all you students to enter into the industry. As rightly said Vishal Miswani has said about it, a digitization, it is this area you all students can look to enter when pharmaceutical companies are entering into the e-commerce area about it. And it is not many the companies who entered into e-commerce was the first Lupin, then Zuventus came in, and then now you see the Dr. Reddy's have also now came into an e-commerce, and they have launched a separate, a platform called Celivida, which is an e-commerce platform about it. And they are looking at a very greater level to acquire nutraceutical companies, nutraceutical products, the mergers, the acquisition. Imagine the kind of talent they would need to run those businesses about it. So think nutraceutical as a very serious part of it. And very, very important, as I said, go in the process of learning, adopt some insights of the industry, insights of the market, insights what's happening in the world, and then you think about your idea, get inspired by that idea, and get towards an innovation or to start your journey as a startup. Not limiting that you should not start now, but gain an experience because it burns you. You can be a hero or you can be also a zero. No, we saw what happened. We are watching what is happening to Baiju. Okay, so don't be into a startup spree, but be very motivated that one day you have to make your startup. First, make your foundation very strong. Okay, today people like us also feel struggled. Why? It's just about the lack of talent, lack of consistency. Dr. Sen Gupta said, we can't do much about it. A student from a college comes in, joins a company, in a 6 months, switches. The mindset change. We can't help it. They are aspirants about it. But as I tell you, if you are entering into an industry in which Mr. Miswani or Parikshit will agree to it about it, we need mentors. When I saw Dr. Sen Gupta's title that Mentor Syscom, it's because mentor can handhold, carry you, can guide you, can stop you to do what you're not supposed to do, and encourage you to do will motivate you to do what's best for you about it. Believe in your mentor. Believe in your gurus. You had the guru in your college, teachers, faculties, principals who guided you about it. But now, when you go into an industry, when you choose your job, trust your mentor. Just don't go heavy that you know better. Then when you enter, it's your listening skills which is going to be very important about it. And as you grow, and more throughout your career, your listening skills is going to help you and will going to bring closer and closer to your mentor, and that mentor will take you to the next level about it. Believe in those mentors, identify whom you want to, where you want to specialize, what area of what strength you bear, express your mentor. When sometimes happen when you go to job to seek a job, you talk so much that you know so much about it. I've been interviewing from all the institutes. We see, my direct question is, like when it comes to market research, you know, my first question is when they say, I've done this project of market research, I said, my first question, how much you have manipulated? They go and say, I said, be comfortable. The more the honest you are, we'll be able to guide you about it. Believe me, in my experience of taking interviews, 80% of the time, they've expressed that they're manipulated. Don't do that. Be honest. If you have, because we know that there is a lack of time, okay, you are under pressure to submit your projection about it, because industry in any case will make you do that research. And that time you will be having a tough time of it. So what I'm saying is, be very clear when you enter, express yourself. Your mentor is the one who will handle you and take you in your career up the ladder about it. Because we all had mentors. I had mentors from Pfizer, I had mentors from Lupin, I had mentors from Cipla, Dr. Reddy's. Today also I have many mentors around me. When I work in my area, when I go to various companies and about it, I take advices, I take suggestions. Be very open as a student when you go about it. Because that is where your camaraderie, your rapport with your mentors, your bosses. I don't generally like to use the word bosses about it. I myself is a mentor to many of things. In fact, I have two of my colleagues who started as simply as junior trainee officers. And both are today one of them is a VP of the company, and the other one has she heads the marketing strategy. And if you ask them, you should interact, and they are one of them are SIES product. I'm an SIES product about it. What I'm trying to say, your mentor is the one who will build your journey about it. Your trust today, every CEO or the marketing heads or the chiefs of the companies, they want and trustable mentees. And that relationship will always be there lifelong for you to start now, getting out of the college, seek first. When you go to the company, doesn't matter what company you entered in. Nothing is small or a big assignment. The assignment which you choose, who is your mentor? That is a very important. Do a research when you're joining that on your assignment, what you need to do. But at the same time, what is the strength of your mentor? What is that one skill or a one strength of your mentor I can imbibe in me? Because he has grown up to that level. How do I reach to that level? Okay? So when you start from college, your journey, and you enter into an industry, think only you are there to learn, adapt, and get into a practice. Unless you gain a knowledge, you will not be able to apply in your journey, your experience. And unless you experience in a skill set or a subject matter assignment, you will not be able to gain an expertise. And once you gain an expertise, you have a collective wisdom with you. You develop an intellectual in your side of it. And then when you meet people, people respect you. People take your advice. So when I go mentor or advise to various companies, it's today I get so much of respect is for about it. My journey has been like that about it. My market research projects, I never got from the company. I picked up the market research projects, and I went and met 250 the chemist shop. I was the placement coordinator. I was a placement head. Where I used to search for a job first for the others, and I was the one who was not placed in the industry. And I was jobless for 6 months. I started with about it. But what I did in that 6 months was not the sabbatical and just wasting my time. I went to the market, pick up the molecules, did projects, and I used to sit at the reception of the companies to meet. Just give me one chance to meet the product manager or the marketing manager. And I used to wait. I used to go a number of times to Nicholas Pinamal, to Cipla, and I used to sit in their offices and about it. And I could meet in those days about it, meeting my persistency, my consistency, my attitude, my mindset. I kept aside everything about it, what I thought it about it. I'll start from ground if I have to reach from top. I had an aspiration when I was giving an interview to an Unisearch. At that time, Alke Ramaswamy was there, and he said, what you want to become? I said, I want to become the general manager and a general manager of the company. And then when I reached to a product manager level, I can do much more. Then I went to an interview of a buyer. I said, I want to become a famous person in this industry about it. Trust me about it. My own thing is to earn fame is the most toughest. To own that dignity is the most toughest. And that's why we are here today, who've been called as a guest to speak to you students, to just tell you your grassroots learning, coming from ground, going on the top, it's not easy. But it can be only easy if your will, your purpose, your passion, your mindset is very clear. So thank you so much. I know that is an amazing career in this, in the pharmaceutical, nutraceutical, healthcare as a whole industry. Please be focused, keep your will very strong with passion. You will achieve it. Thank you very much. All the best to all the students about it. And one more important to announce about it, we keep looking for the interns, the trainees, the management trainees. There are a lot of people, they asked me about it. I was at the Juventus yesterday, and I was saying why HR is getting, HR is struggling to get the, many of the companies, they feel that they don't get the candidates about it. There are a lot of opportunities. Okay, I would advise definitely the faculty to reach to the companies, keep them engaged. It's not just at the end of the, I would say the academics, you should reach for the summer projects or things. Every month or every time you engage with the industry about it, there are opportunities. I think today, I mean, I can, you can reach to my colleagues Ranjita and Sharvari. Somebody who is interested in the projects and all these things, they will guide you, because I run an association, Meswani ji, an expert nutraceutical advocacy council, where hundreds of companies are part of my, as a member about it. So I can write for you guys about it. So you should reach to them, and we keep writing to them that these are the students of SIES or any institute we encourage. So we are very connected. Like we have taken lots of students from your life sciences, 2 years full time, the MSc Food Technology and Nutraceuticals, like and management students keep coming from SIES or any institute in this country. We welcome about it. But my whole idea to tell you is about it. Reach out to a right people, right forum, be engaged with the industry, not at the end of the academic year, but throughout the year. Take live projects, take a concurrent projects, keep engaged. You will learn a lot, and you will set your direction for career absolutely in a manner where you want to grow about it. So keep engaging with the industry. Thank you very much. All the best. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Sandeep Gupta, for such an invaluable insights on this evolving nutraceutical industry. And most importantly, what I felt is for letting us know how important it is to analyze the purpose and keep on working towards it consistently with acquiring right skill sets, right learning, and right mindset. So before going ahead, can we have a big round of applause for our dignitaries? We now have the surprise element of today's event. We are going to unveil the 25th anniversary souvenir. I request Mr. Vishal Meshwani and Mr. Sandeep Gupta to unveil the souvenir. Within this handcrafted volume, time bends and folds, revealing a sun-dappled mosaic of shared smile and cherished milestones. Each photograph, a fleeting echo rendered in silver and light, whispers tales of adventure, quiet triumphs, and moments etched in laughter. Interspersed like brushstrokes of gratitude on a grateful heart lies inscriptions, testaments to friendship forged, paths explored, and blessings received. It is a symphony of souls where whispered dreams echo alongside the joyful cacophony of life's grand song. To turn these pages is to embark on a journey anew, to relive the vibrant tapestry of experience and to rediscover with every turn the profound beauty of a life well lived. Within this gilded embrace is not just a collection of memories but a testament to the enduring power of love, the timeless echo of laughter, and the silent symphony of a grateful heart. It is a story yet to be fulfilled, told, and an invitation to step back into the sunlit moments and whisper, "Thank you."
Thank you, sir. On behalf of SIES School of Business Study, I stand before you overflowing with the gratitude for this magical 25th anniversary celebration. Our hearts brim with appreciation for our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Vishal Meswani, CEO, Medley Pharmaceutical, whose inspiring words fueled our aspirations and guided our path. To our guest of honor, Mr. Sandeep Gupta, Director, ENAC, thank you for illuminating our journey with your expertise and dedication. We also extend gratitude to Life Pharma Coalition, our knowledge partner, for being instrumental in bringing the milestone celebration to life. A special thanks to our student colleagues from various pharmacy colleges accommodated in various auditoriums. Your presence signifies the enthusiasm of our academic community, and we cherish your shared spirit. To the tireless heroes behind the scenes, the organizing committee, and a dedicated faculty and staff, we resolute commitment sculpted this unforgettable event. Finally, to our students and alumni, the beating heart of SIES SBS, your vivacious energy and spirit are the fuel that keep us moving forward. We are beyond proud of who you are and excited for the future you will build. As we embark on the next 25 years, let this celebration be a beacon guiding us towards a future filled with innovation, collaboration, and dedication. Thank you once again for making the Silver Jubilee truly unforgettable. Now I request everyone to be seated for the group picture. I request ushers to escort the dignitaries to Kalpavraksh. We would now break for tea and come back sharp in 10 minutes as we have our second segment panel discussion pending about. Guys, please be seated. Please be seated. Hello. I would request the students in the auditorium to call their friends to Audi. Be seated here. We have to begin with our next segment.
स्क्रिप्ट में कुछ इंट्रोडक्शन है
नाही, फक्त नाव आहेत विद्यार्थी
ये मत लेना क्योंकि ये हम लोग ने जना मैम से बोल के ये चेंज किया है तो फिर वी हैव टू स्टार्ट डायरेक्टली तुम्ही डायरेक्ट स्टार्ट करा ना मी मॅमला हेच बोलत होती काल पण की हे लोक डायरेक्ट स्टार्ट कर बिकॉज तू पण हे सेमच केलंय म्हणजे तू पूर्ण त्यांचं प्रोफाईल रीड करणार आहे का प्रोफाईल नाही रीड करणार आहे त्यांना फक्त एक एक करून बोलवणार आहे ते त्यांचं प्रोफाईल सांगणार मॉडरेट अच्छा
हेलो हेलो हेलो
तुम्ही डायरेक्ट स्टार्ट करा
हेलो ये बैटरी डेड हो गई हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो हेलो गाइस प्लीज कॉल योर फ्रेंड्स अगर बाहर होंगे तो विल बी स्टार्टिंग बाहर जाके कॉल कर लो गाइस एंड प्लीज कीप योर फोन साइलेंट ओके कुछ भी क्वेश्चन रहेगा आफ्टर पैनल डिस्कशन यू ऑल आर ओपन टू आस्क ओके अगर आपके फ्रेंड्स यूट्यूब से ज्वाइन किए हैं अगर आपने उनको लिंक भेजा है तो उनको बोले कमेंट्स में क्वेश्चन ऐड कर दे बट आफ्टर पैनल डिस्कशन ओके कुछ डाउट
Hello.
Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, hello, hello. hello, hello, mic check, hello, 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 hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. There's a small announcement. Whoever's assigned on the registration sheet, while exiting, you have to sign on the exit sheet as well. Only then you'll be getting certificates and attendance in your college. Don't forget to sign while leaving, okay?
स्टार्टिंग में नहीं करना है सो उनके इंट्रोडक्शन करने के बाद जब उनको स्टेज पे लाएंगे सो फिर एक टीचर्स को रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे और तब तक तो स्टार्टिंग में इंट्रोड्यूस करेगी ना इस तरह हम उनके साथ रहेंगे वो पहले नीचे बैठेंगे बता सकेंगे कितने टाइम
जाके पूछ लाने क्या अब हम इधर से एंटर कर ही रहेंगे
जा क्या हो गया
जब मैम एंटर कर ही रहेंगी ना तब भी पूछ लेने का ना
ऐसा भी से बैठेगा तो लग रहा है सर झगड़ा ना करेगा किसी का तो कोई एक जन
I request everyone to please settle down. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I trust everyone is excited and energized for this panel discussion today. I am Harshada Bandgar,
And I am Omkar Gupta.
and together we are stoked to be your guides through a dynamic panel discussion that promises to be engaging, inspirational, and an insightful conversation. As we gather here today, we are not just commemorating a quarter century of academic excellence, but also recognizing the remarkable journey of our distinguished alumni, who have not only excelled in their respective fields, but have become torchbearers for innovation and progress in the pharmaceutical landscape. This is an assembly of industry luminaries, each boasting a decade or more of hands-on experience.
So let us begin. It's my privilege to you to announce our first panelist. We have with us Mr. Parishik Chindade. Mr. Parishik Chindade is a pharmaceutical sales and marketing professional with over 10 years of experience in the industry. He has worked with reputed organizations, namely few is Zydus Healthcare, Merck Specialty, Sun Pharmaceuticals, and he is currently working at Dr. Reddy's Laboratory as Group Brand Manager. He has a diverse therapy area exposure. He has worked in cardiology, endocrinology, anti-infectives, and orthobiologic segments. He has managed well-known international brands, which include Glucophage, Sizen, Conquer, Prolia, Durolane, as a part of various marketing assignments. He has experience in handling 300 crore plus brand assets, which is Starwell Group, an in-licensed brand of Januvia franchisee from MSD Pharma. During stint with Sun Pharmaceutical Industry Limited, an alumni of 2010 and 12th batch of SISCOMs, he has a MPharm degree from Manipal University as well. I request everyone to please give a round of applause for our first panelist. I request the usher to escort the dignitary on the stage.
To felicitate, sir, we would like to call Chitra ma'am on stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Our next panelist for the day is Mr. Vijendra Rawat Singh. Sir is an alumni of 1998-2000 batch with over 25 years of experience in sales and marketing with companies like Torrent, Ipca, Glenmark, Vocart, Zydus, and currently working for a startup company, Uniza Healthcare, as business head. Sir has a proven track record in sales and marketing in domestic and international businesses for Africa and Nepal market. Sir has worked in different therapies of general products, dermatology, respiratory, CNS, and has worked on some of the popular brands like Ascoril, ZX, Vocardine. We welcome you, sir. To felicitate, sir, I would like to call Professor Jharna Lula on stage. Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Our third panelist is Mr. Pinaki Mitra. Mr. Pinaki Mitra is a dynamic pharmaceutical industry leader with a decade of experience in marketing function, and he has 3 years of experience in sales domain. He has worked in cardiology, nephrology, urology, and ophthalmology segment, and he has understand the patient care is no one size fit, and therefore he has to innovate the customer aspirations, and it is a changing to identify the ladder of the customer aspiration. He has work experience with Sun, Abway, Zydus, Wokhard, and Dr. Reddy's laboratory. I request escorts. I request ushers to escort Mr. Pinaki Mitra to the stage. I request Mr. Yashwant sir to felicitate Mr. Pinaki Mitra.
Thank you, sir. To add a dash of entrepreneur flair to the mix, one of our esteemed panelists has ventured into the realm of entrepreneurship. We have with us Mr. Anil Nair. Sir is an alumni of SIES College of Management Studies and has worked with major Indian pharmaceutical companies like Wokhard and Sun Pharma. Sir has experience of working in startups like Zuventus Healthcare as well. Currently, sir is the director of B2B Brand Solutions, an agency providing advertising services to the pharma industry. Sir is also an consultant to the P4 Medicine Private Limited company, a pharma startup in the nephrology segment. We welcome you, sir. I request the ushers to please escort sir to the stage. To felicitate sir, I would like to call Chitra ma'am on stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Before we start with the panel discussion, we are keeping the live stream YouTube section open for your question and answers, and we would be taking them at the end of this panel discussion.
The theme for today's discussion is both timely and crucial, which is innovation and elevation in pharma and healthcare industry. For all the bright minds in the audience who are mostly from the B-Pharm discipline, this discussion is more than an intellectual feast, and we hope that each insight shared by our experienced panelists will serve as a substantial bite, fueling thought and contemplation on your journey into the management sphere of healthcare.
Before we delve into the discussion, I would like to first ask the panelists to tell us something more about yourself, like what inspired your journey into the pharmaceutical industry, or certain pivotal moments that you would like to share with us that probably steered your career, that have defined your remarkable careers in the pharmaceutical industry, certain milestones that you would like to share with us.
Actually, if I go back to my entry into the pharmaceutical industry, I would say it was by accident, right? Because during our days, there was no choice. We just came out of college, ventured into some job. But after I came into pharma, I realized that it was a kind of evergreen industry, which you would have seen that even during COVID times, when most of the industries were sleeping, we were working overtime till 11 o'clock in the night, delivering promotional inputs to our clients. Okay, so whoever is taken up this course, I can tell you one thing, you have to be very scientifically oriented. No matter what happens, science is going to bounce back every time into this industry. So your science has to be damn good if you want to succeed. And second thing is, strategically, I would feel it is more of an operational industry rather than a strategic industry. So your strategy should be mostly based around CRM solutions rather than having a brand, complete focus on brand. And I can ensure you one thing, whoever has taken up this course, you have a bright future ahead. Thank you.
So thank you, Anil. I think you have set the context very nicely. For me, I think before I actually answer the question, life has always come full circle. So I distinctly remember a decade back, me and Pinaki, we are batchmates, and we used to be sitting in the same auditorium, and listening to some of the faculties. And of course, it feels great to be back to our alma mater. And I think are there, today. I think this institute has got a large role in shaping all of us. So now coming to the question that has been posed, for me as well, like Mr. Anil, journey was more of a serendipity. It was less by design and more by default. And of course, when I was, studying or wanting to get into a graduation course, I aspired to get into medicine, but of course I couldn't, accomplish that goal. And then, of course, I said, the next logical conclusion for me was to get into pharmaceuticals. So while studying my pharmacy, of course, I had this inclination to get into basic research, because that is something that I enjoyed as a student. And then it so took me to MPharm. So I did my MPharm, and I was virtually not wanting to be part of the whole marketing journey. So while, of course, doing my MPharm, typically in your management, you need to do a industry internship course. So similarly, MPharm has a year-long course, in your second years of your masters. So I worked extensively in R&D. I got, I think, 2 international publications in my name while the time I was graduating, rather post-graduating. But somehow down the line, I realized that this is probably not my calling, and I need to get into something which is more people-facing and more people-centric kind of role. And that's how my career anchor took me towards pharmaceutical management. And here I am in front of you. The journey in this industry has been really rewarding. And I think this is the decade of pharmaceuticals for me, to my mind. Because if we look at the overall, the way in which the pharmaceutical industry has evolved, I distinctly remember my days here at SIES, wherein the pharmaceutical market in India was, 40,000 crore, 50,000 crore. And within a decade, if you look at the latest MAT numbers, we had already crossed 1,80,000 crores. That's just your secondary stockist audit. If you look at total sales audit, it's cost 2 lakh crores. Yeah, so if in dollar terms, if we look at it, today what dollar is 1:80. If you look at that ratio as well, we clock in sales of $2 billion every month, roughly at that term. So I think amazing. This is an industry which has got great prospects, and I really feel that you've chosen the right college and the right industry to be in. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think Anil and my accident happened together because we are a batchmate. We had started somewhere in 1998, 2000 batch. And for me also, it's the same part, but I believe that journey has been very good. And my journey had taken a lot of risk I have taken in my journey. And today, the best part is I have taken a risk last year, 2020, when there was a COVID period, and bounced back. I'm right now working with a startup, and I'm heading a business unit. I'm a sales and marketing head for that division. But as I said, the circumstances in those days around 1998, 2000, choices were less. Understanding of the markets, understanding of the business were not so much for all of us, because the social media and the other things were not there at all for guiding us. Mentorship, all this was not present that time. But definitely you are blessed. I think you have a lot of stuff around, information around you, and teachers, mentors, everything is around you, where you could choose the right kind of your career. So that is one thing. For us, it's an accident, but for you guys, I don't think it should be an accident. It should be a well-planned thought process and directional. And as far as this industry, yes, this industry is going to exist till the humankind is there. Am I right or wrong? Because as rightly said, COVID period has shown that everything can stop, but not the medicine. So it is one of the wonderful, I would say, industry, and which is going to survive, which will give you an opportunity to grow from a medical representative to a chairman and to a director to a startup. So this industry can give you that opportunity. This industry can give you that kind of leverage to explore and to take that risk. So it has got everything for you, and for all of you sitting here, start from the ground level. That will definitely help you. Don't feel like I have done an MBA, so I need to grow from there to directly strategy for somewhere. If you work on the first day at the ground level, understanding the ground reality of pharma industry, that I think will help you to create a good strategic, good approach towards your customer. Because ultimately it is all about building brands, it's all about, creating your own product portfolio and your business. So unless and until you know what exactly your internal customer, that is your business manager or a medical representative for that matter. So if you don't know what exactly he's going through, what he's doing in the marketplace, what makes him, promote your product and all, how easy or comfortable you can make his promotion to the doctor. So that all thing will only come when you are on the ground level. So don't hesitate to take up that assignment, but have a benchmark within a span of 1 or 2 months or 2 years, sorry, not months, 2 years or 1 year, I'll move on to the marketing part of it, where you have been actually thinking about. So do that groundwork, it will help you. It will always make you a better brand manager or a marketing person. So that is what it's all about. And we've also started, I think, as a medical representative. Anil, myself, we have been working as a medical representative for 2 years. Then we decided to get into the management, and SIES was the college which helped us to explore management. And today you can see our journey. We are here. We were used to sit that side. We came here with all the experience, hard work, and learning. So learning never stops. That time I used to think I will not learn more than this, or I will not do anything beyond this. I will enjoy my, journey of being a brand manager. But I realized that it is more learning you have to put in. You have to learn more to explore and to go to the next level. So still, learning never stops. And the day you think learning is over, then you are not learning. You are not going beyond that. So keep on learning, keep on exploring, keep on taking risks, but calculative ones. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
So very good afternoon to all of you. And let me thank first Chitra ma'am, Jhanna ma'am, and all of you to my alma mater for inviting me at this forum. And I'm actually very nostalgic when I pick up my mic and I'm talking to you. As Parikshit shared, it was like first day or second day when we were sitting out there, and we used to hear a lot of corporate talks. So, see, life is beautiful, and you guys are, even we are all in a very, very promising segment. Healthcare segment is very promising. So, what does this industry demand? Now, it doesn't demand a superhumans. It demands a common man with an, or I would say it requires an ordinary man with an extraordinary amount of work, actually. This is what it demands, right? Now, for that sake, I would say my pivotal role as I had moved up in this journey, every company had a role to play. It's not only one company who had, say, made me what I am today. I started my career in sales with Sanofi Aventis, a very good and fantastic company to start with. Because it's always the early start, and remember, the early start is very important in each and every one of your career. And it necessarily doesn't mean a company. It also means a peaceful firm you have started, right? So what I can add on is that the place where we are sitting in now, SIES, I have a very big respect for that college. What I am today because of this college, right? And nobody better than me knows this, because as I said, I started my career with sales. It's been like 3.5 years I was in sales. I was enjoying my sales stints in Sanofi. Great company, great brands. I could understand the nature of the behavior of the doctors. As Rawat sir was sharing, know your customers. I could know that each one of you sitting out here are very different human beings. Even I am very different, right? So what pitch I have to make to whom to sell the product is important. First thing I came, there are directive style of people. The moment I went and spoke to a doctor about a brand, he said, get lost. That was a kind of a first step, first interaction I got. Later on, I went to a doctor, he said that, okay, he welcomed me very nicely. He said, oh, come, sit. He made me a friend. The third type of doctor I met, he said something else which was beyond my product, beyond my industry. He was talking about World Cup match, right? Now, the fourth type I met, he was very different. He was thinking something else, he spoke something else which I never understood today also, right? So the point is that there are directive styles, affiliating styles, there are expressive styles and thinking styles of people, right? You have to understand them, right? Now, as I moved, so my movement into sales to marketing was very tough. I was thinking, how do I make my career in marketing? And it was very tough to get in at that point of time. I'm talking about 2007 when I joined sales. I worked in sales till 2010. So it was then I had to take an exam, CAT and ZAT and MAT as well, right? I took up every exam, every possible exams to get into marketing. Because I was under impression that you have to do an MBA to get into marketing. But in my company, Sanofi, it was a beautiful company, and they said that we have opening for marketing also, but that would take some time. My perception of marketing was something different. I always used to see people who were more than 50s and 60s, they were into marketing, and I thought that this is how marketing has to be. The entire dynamics changed when I entered into a B school. So that's what I said. When I got into a B school, that was a kind of a delight for me. So because I came from a sales background and I thought, how would I get into marketing, right? So I understood that what role this college had played was significant in my career, right? I believe, how many of you are experienced here? How many of you are experienced here? So I think handful of you, right? But nevertheless, that will give you an edge, but then definitely those who are freshers, the world is yours actually, right? So gone are those days when experienced guys were preferred. Now it's the freshers who are being most cherished, because new thoughts and new sort of ideas would come from you, right? So primarily, this is how I have started, right? Now, I was talking to one more thing, that how much you have been reading out, that is very important. Moment you move out from the college, nobody is there to pester you or push you for reading. Now, if I ask a simple question, sorry for being little critical, but this is what will shape you, right? How many of you have read Philip Kotler twice? So I had not read during my stint. I'm being very candid to you. But my question to you is, how many of you have read Philip Kotler, right? Or not only Philip Kotler, there are many books which you have to read. Read. Because you need to have your own library in your house. Marketing, see, sales, I was a very shy guy when I joined sales, right? Come out guy from college, fresher, joined Sanofi, saw a lot of people. I was a very shy guy, right? But then sales opened me up. But marketing will add flamboyance in your life, right? That's how marketing acts. Nevertheless, I don't say that marketing is bad or sales is good. Please don't judge me on that. Sales is equally good. I came into marketing because of a kidney stone. Because I was meeting with recurrent kidney stone, I thought, let me get my career into something which is related to pharma, and marketing would be the next best choice after sales, right? So that's how it is. So there are people go into diagnostic sales, go into sales, what sir is talking about, right? There are a lot of opportunities, right? So marketing is not that easy, sales is neither very easy. So the point is that how do you shape your career is important. So keep reading, you will get your answers, right? So I wish you the very best. And before we start with the panel discussion, right? So keep reading. That's one suggestion I have for all of you. And this is a suggestion for me myself also. I keep still reading, right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. I think hello. Thank you so much, everyone. I think alumni like you are the people that we students actually look up to. So everyone talked about how the industry has changed from when you started into the industry to what it is today. Sir also talked about various opportunities in the pharma and the healthcare industry. So and sir also talked about how the industry possesses so many opportunities for the youth today. We also say that so in alignment to the theme that we have, that is innovation and elevation. So innovation actually distinguishes us from a leader and a follower. So there are a lot of changes into the industry that you might have witnessed when you've joined to what is happening today. Changes in terms of digitalization or in terms of artificial intelligence, the way drug delivery systems are today, the formulation science, the nanotechnology, the entry of biosimilars and biologics into the industry, the popularity of the medical devices that we see into the healthcare industry today. So innovation, I think, is also an important aspect. So if you could touch base upon some of these points and let our B.Pharm students understand what exactly is happening in terms of innovation in the pharmaceutical and the healthcare industry at large.
So I think that's a very interesting topic that you've chosen for this discussion. Now, traditionally, I mean, I'll just give a small context to why I'm saying this. For the past many decades, pharmaceutical industry, I think all the panelists can definitely correct me, has always revolved around pill as a product. Right, so everybody was marketing pill. It's all about chemistry, how your drug is more safe, more efficacious, and that's how the story about pharmaceuticals got built in. But towards the end of this decade, a new concept started to take root called as pill plus. So as an organization, as a healthcare setup, what is it that you're offering beyond the pill? So beyond the pill slash pill plus started to emerge as a very important trend. So in the morning, when we saw Sandeep talking about how the nutraceutical industry has evolved, he also subtly touched upon that. As an industry, what is it that is you're offering beyond the pill? And that is where the genesis of innovation started to take roots. So today, if we look at the mega trends in the industry, so if we look at IT as an industry, a decade back, if we see what were the big trends in IT, so cloud computing was the big trend, IoT, the Internet of Things, big data was the big trend for IT. So today, if we look at for pharmaceuticals, what are those major trends? So one of the major important trends is your immunotherapy, immuno-oncology. One is customized medicine, right? Because everybody essentially has got a different makeup. So a person A responding to, say, a methotrexate may not be similar as person B. Then how do we personalize or individualize medicine? That's an important trend. Third most important trend is how technology marries to your pharmaceuticals. So your wearables, your implantables. This is a big trend. And secondly, one of the most important aspect, in my opinion, is data. So we've always talked a lot about data and how data is shaping things. So data is the new oil. This is a jargon that you would have heard, right? Many of these speakers say data today is the new oil, right? So what oil was in the early 19th century, it was actually your path to richness or your path to glory. So today data is that point in time. So when it comes to data, of course, you have got it's a big gateway to things like real world evidences, RWE, RWD, real world data. So all those smartwatches that you're wearing, right? So it is capturing a lot of data. So it is actually giving a person who is probably sitting on those servers an insight as to what you as a person looks like from your lifestyle, from your dietary habits, from your heart rate, how much time do you exercise, and that actually is churning into a very big algorithm which is giving some sort of insight to these big data firms. And to my mind, I think that is the new frontier for pharma. And that's the reason, you see a lot of emergence of these health data firms, typically the HealthFlixes of the world today. HealthFlix was a company which was non-existent a decade back. It's an Indian startup based out of Bangalore. But, if you go to their site and if you subscribe to the data, you actually get all the kind of longitudinal analysis that probably you would think of. So if you as a person are taking a medication, what is it that where you would be in the next maybe 6 months into your therapy journey? That is something that would be getting shaped. So to my mind, these are the big mega trends in the industry: your wearables, your big data, immuno-oncology, and personalized medicines. So.
Hello. Yeah. I think I'll touch upon innovation in terms of at a medical representative level, and in terms of pharmaceutical industry level, where basically from where we exist as a brand manager and as a colleagues of you who has been working in the industry. We have seen the days where, as he rightly said, data. We used to literally take it from the book. We used to have bundles of books for ORG, IMS, which you now get ready hands-on. We used to churn it out from the book, and blue book it used to be called. There used to be 3 or 4 books which used to come this big, and thousands of pages, and then you need to churn out the data. Because we were brand managers of those days, we used to come out with them to check the molecule, we used to check everything, and then find out the right molecule, what is his market share and everything. But today, as you see the innovation, today you get the ready data is available on the table. So the journey for us Hello. The journey for us is to more about, churning out the data, looking at it at the very zero level. So it takes a lot of time for us. And, but the ground reality was known, the understanding of the basics was known, from where it is coming and all. But today it comes as a ready-made on your desk. You just have to present it. So that far the innovation has gone. Today you just have to present it. Maybe tomorrow you have a meeting. So that fast it has moved. So it is the decision making which is very, very important in today's innovative world. How fast you decision with the data. Because who are left in that decision take that share from you. And that is what you have to learn as a new or in the pharmaceutical. So that innovation has happened for data, as you have everything available on your desk, every data, including the patient also. There are a couple of, I would say, divisions, I would say like therapies, sir, or oncology, or any immunology and all, where you have, the patient have to pay, thousands and lakhs of rupees. So that data is also available with the brand manager, with the sales force, with the company, and they come, they go along with his journey, because they know if I have been able to give him the drugs on the day one, then they ensure that that company connects with the patient till the journey of for a couple of months or years, whatever way. So that far you have gone in innovation. It is and exactly how many customers I have for this product. So I'm talking about the products which are very high end and which are very expensive ones, not for the Dolo and all, which has a mass appeal. So that is another point of view. Third is the digitalization of the industry. I think after COVID, before COVID, the digitalization world has not touched so much the pharmaceuticals. Am I right? Not to that extent, but COVID has shown us a path that digitalization can turn it around and help us to do things much faster, whether it in terms of Google Meet, whether it in terms of Zoom meetings and all. More pharmaceutical companies are moving into that frame of innovation where the travel time is saved, the money is saved, the communication is much faster. So you are doing the same thing with less amount. Your spend is comparatively less, but your messages are fast, your decisions capabilities are increasing, and you're very quick to anybody else. So that kind of I would say speed has come into the industry, where I think every week or every day for that matter, sales manager can touch upon his field people, what they are doing, where they are, how they are meeting the customers. To that level, companies are going with the GPS reporting, with the customer engagement, with the whatever you have given to the customer, how you have communicated to the customer. So it has become so fast, today's world. So that has helped us. Second thing is the digitalization also has helped us, like WhatsApp and for that matter Instagram, Facebook, all that have come in a very rapid way and touched the pharma industry. I will take an example of dermatology, because that is a field where it has the industry is the dermatology segment is growing very fast in Indian market, because that is not a very restricted market, because it contains nutraceuticals, it contains OTC products and everything, but the customer is same. So there, the customers are engaged with the patients. The customers are engaged, or our medical representative are engaged with the customers directly through Instagram, Facebook, and all that. Even for that matter, other areas also, their medical representative also are getting connected to the customer through these mediums, because now the doctor doesn't have any problem sharing his information with you on social media. So that is another way of connecting with your customer, which we never used to have when we 5 years back, or maybe 3-4 years back, when I would say before COVID, I would particularly put it that way, because the doctor were not so open and they were not very savvy of Instagram, Facebook and all. So that social media has played a very important role today to get connected to the customer and one-to-one. So all the medical representative, all the person who we have, they directly connect to the customer in terms of reports, in terms of, sharing the information from the company, in terms of, getting more closer to him, understanding his lifestyle, understanding his family. So it is a very great opportunity for all them to connect fast. And it has happened because of the digitalization of the world. Coming to WhatsApp, I think email has gone back, one seat back. Am I right? So today the world has moved to WhatsApp, and that is what it has also been adapted in the pharmaceutical industry. Today, for my medium of communication, I think if I take 100, so 80% goes through WhatsApp. 20% very official, something which I need to keep record. I keep it on the Gmail. Rest others, 80% is through WhatsApp. So that medium that innovation or that particular thing has helped everyone, whether in terms of getting connected to your suppliers, getting connected to your printers, which used to be a big challenge for all of us, right? Because we used to take the CDs and we used to take the USB drive, we used to share it, but that has come to an end. You can send it so fast that within seconds it reaches to your end customers, and you are bound to get the results out of it. So for us, I'll take an example. When we used to get the printing done, it used to go from the printer level, we used to check it, it used to come to us, it used to take around 2-3 days. And then after when we check it, it goes back again. If there are corrections, it comes next day. So almost to correct certain things or to do certain things, it used to take around 5-7 days. Am I right, Anil? 5 to 7 days we used to take for that, just for putting things right. Today, it takes only a day, max to max a day, to give a complete correct thing to your supplier or to your printer. And within a span of 24 hours, you get it back. So that time span has reduced, and doing the things have reduced so much that you can produce anything on the doctor's table within a second. Something is getting generated at Geneva with the doctors, where the doctors are talking about the newer molecules and other things. And within seconds, you are either live. If you are not live, doctors are not live on this one system. They get the report next day itself, where our medical, or the day itself, because it is shared by the PMT or it is shared by the marketing to the field force, and they share it to their doctors directly. So that fast it has become. So I think somewhere the innovation has touched the pharma industry overall, but the kind of growth which has to come, I think that will come only when the government policies, certain things changes. And now I think by 2026 and 27, government has planned to become a $5 trillion economy, $5 trillion economy. Pharmaceutical is also going to play a major role in that. And I think it is one of the industry which government has identified and adapted to turn it around, because COVID has shown that we can make the difference to the world. And that is what, pharmacy of the world. So we are doing that. And government policies which have come into existence right now, they are the ones which is supporting it. Government has come out with such policies that it will help the startups, it will help the innovative companies to come forward and ensure that they are supported by the government funds, and ease of doing the business. That is the first preference which is given to these companies. And that's why, as rightly said by him, there are companies which are emerging as an innovative company where data churning becomes an important factor. Gadgets are becoming an important factor for companies. I'll give an example of, I think Abbott has come out with a device currently in diabetes, which is a monitoring device, which never used to be a part of any selling, I would say, sales force. But today, they sell it as a equipment, and we also normally give it to the doctors. But it is an innovation from Abbott, where they went beyond the therapy, and they realized that the device itself is the one which will create a brand value, as well as the doctor will remember Abbott as a company which supplies this device. So what is happening is customer is getting valued, customer remembers the company, and even there is an innovation in that field. The patient remains throughout the journey with the company. So that is the innovation level which company is going into, where they are becoming patient-centric, where they are ensuring that the patient care is the main thing which they are focusing upon, especially diabetes, cardiology, and for that matter, dermatology right now they are entering into, where they would be in that journey with the patient for a longer period of time. So this is what right now comes to my mind. I think Pinakin can add to it.
No, thanks. These are the changes that we have seen. So, are we thinking that what is happening with us now? If I'm saying so, what do I mean? To get up in the morning, the first thing that we do is check our mobiles. Second thing is what we do, we get ready for our offices or colleges, right? And eventually we know the places. Maybe some of them use the map, Google Map, to see how much is the traffic, right? So when I started the day like this today, checked my mobile. I thought because I came from Goregaon, right? I took out my mobile, found that it's taking another 1.5 hours, right? So I took the mobile, went to Google Maps. Third thing, what I did, I booked an Ola, right? Before I don't want to drive so a long trip. So now the point is, what is happening to us? And who is making this happen? I talk about one company called as Google, right? So what is Google trying to do? Is trying to get in every sphere of your life, correct? So what they want, that the moment you wake up and till the time you go to sleep, you only use my applications. Means what? They are trying to build an ecosystem, right? Now I'll give another example. Retrospective and prospective. Eat Fit, no? Are you aware of it? Eat Fit. देखा होगा ना, स्विगी के जैसा घूमता रहता है. देखिए, Eat Fit, Zomato, Swiggy, Eat Fit, right? Black color का box रहता है, right? Eat Fit. Fitbit भी देखा है, सुना है? Wearables, right? What are they trying to do? And what is the gym name? Perfect. Perfect. So when they are talking about one common hook, that is fit, what is that, as Parikshit said, beyond the pills, right? So they have, Dr. Reddy's has one more thing. The logo says that, I think, health matters. No, kya tha? Good health can't wait. The company slogan is good health can't wait. Think about it, it's a very big thing. So the point is, when I'm talking about fit, they want you to be fit. This is what they are doing now. Tomorrow, I'm sure that what they are going to come in is, they will talk about, भैया आपने तो अच्छा खाना खाया. All of you understand Hindi? Right? Any exceptions, please let me know. Anyways, so they want you to eat fit, they want to do exercise, go to the gym, right? And what? And track your fitness, right? This is what they are trying to do. Next moment will be that make yourself secure. You don't know how life is, right? They'll come into insurance also. I'm sure about it. They'll come, and to fund that insurance, they will come into a banking system also, right? Think about it. This is something which is going to happen. So what are they trying to do? Even they are trying to build up an ecosystem, right? So what Parikshit has started and then Rawat sir has carried out, I'm just putting another thought and dimension to it, that the entire world is moving towards creating an ecosystem, correct? So when he said that we used to sell pills, pharma companies always sold pills. Now what has happened to the pharma company? They have started into diagnosis. Because in marketing, if I look at a patient journey, there are 4 or 5 funnels. One is origination, from where the patients will come. If the patient has come into the ecosystem, how will he be diagnosed or she will be diagnosed? Third is category choice. Am I present in that category or not? Third is the treatment choice. In the category, suppose I talk about paracetamol, to keep a very simple example, right? Why should a doctor write paracetamol over other molecule? And in paracetamol, why a doctor should write my brand? This is what exactly the companies are trying to do. They're trying to touch base each and every funnel. Now, when I'm talking about this, that evolution is very important, right? So they are trying to build up an ecosystem. That is one. Second is the perils today. I myself have faced, I'm trying to be very candid to you, yeah, okay? So I understand what is going in your mind, right? So the point is, when I enter an industry, and how do people will perceive me? This is very important to know. What I think about myself is not very important. What people will think about me is very important. And I have to present myself in that way. So I have to develop those skill sets to understand that my perception about whatever I am, it should be good. Now how it will happen? So when I got into industry, I found there were a bunch of people in the heads who majorly came from sales background. Sales, and then they went to the top. They have their own ways of, say, estimating things and judging. Another set, like all of us sitting out here, we are in the mid of something. They're talking about, we have a blend of sales and marketing both. So we know both aspects of either bhi udhar bhi. Dono hum dekhte hain. The challenge that is going to be with you is you will be, because you guys are fresher, right? And industry will try to evaluate you. The point is, how do I behave? So it is up to you that how do you take. The industry is changing. Entire dynamics are changing. So you have to innovate and evolve again, right? So be in the trend setting. Don't go back and understand what has happened. Otherwise, it will not take you anywhere, right? Now, most of you might have read what happened to Nokia, right? I have used Nokia phones. And in 2010, 10, 12, 15, I think Nokias were the hot favorites. What has happened suddenly to them? There was a brilliant article by someone. It said that Nokia had just gone out. And why they went out? So it was not because they did something wrong. They didn't do something wrong. Only they had not, they didn't evolve. What Samsung was doing at then, they were evolving constantly. But Nokia didn't evolve. And that was the reason for the phase out, right? So that happened. Now when Nokia moved, I'll give another classical example, Kodak. You ask my parents, like their hot favorite, Kodak cameras, right? Used to have a separate camera. Now, how many of you are using camera bots? No one, right? Why? Because the culprit is this, correct? Because what they did, Samsung did, they said that I'll bring the camera into the mobile. And then what happened? They democratized it. Mobile is in each and everyone's hand now. You have the bestest of the camera, right? Why do I even take a camera separately? The third challenge was, the constraints in the mobile was the space. When Instagram came with the cloud, what Prashik spoke about in the morning, the cloud, right? So what happened to the cloud? Insta said, I think you have a shortage of memory here. I'll build up a cloud for you. And what happens? Whatever picture you want to save, you save in the cloud. And you can delete from the phone. So tomorrow if you want to have an access, you can go, type in the IDs, and you'll come back. So this is how the innovation has taken place. So I was trying to just prepare you that try to innovate, because your generation at this point of time is sitting at a peril when you will be judged. And judged by the people who are little older in the industry, and they are not marketeers. They can be salesmen, they can be a marketeer by, say, profession, but they can be a mix also. So, but one thing remains constant. That is how good you put forth the bestest of the ideas in front. And is it executable or not? That is, you have to check. A/B testing analysis karo, that all you have to learn, right? So I think those things are changing now. Ecosystem is one thing, innovation is another thing. You have to innovate, otherwise it's very different. Very difficult to be, say, differentiate yourself in the industry. But nevertheless, industry is evolving at a rapid pace, where we have seen the same company who used to sell drugs now is selling diagnostics tools. Or they are selling services as well. Kal insurance bhi aa jayega, right? So this is how things are changing. Even if you look at the packs, the old standard packs were only the medicines. Now the pack has something very different than what they used to carry now. You might have a QR code there, which might talk about a patient awareness. Just scan it and see, there will be a wonderful patient awareness videos in it, right? So that brings out a lot of, say, changes in the ecosystem now, right? Today, remember, who is independent? Everyone is independent. But the point from a patient's angle, who is independent? A person who is informed more today, he is independent actually. So thereby he knows where to go and when to go. That is what I would say, right? So this is how our industry has evolved. Ecosystem is one thing which is, I would say, taking the forefront now.
I'll go back to the start of our career, right? It was around 25 years back, same as the PGDPM course. So if you were to name the technology at that time compared to today, I would say it was primitive, right? We used to work with OHP sheets and make presentations. And technology has come a long way today. Right? Today we are looking at digital marketing, making inroads into pharma. And COVID has been a very significant contributor to getting digital into pharma. As you are aware, pharma is one industry which is highly regulated. So globally also, if technology comes up, it takes some amount of time to come into pharma promotions or into pharma domain, right? So digital also has slowly evolved. COVID was a big booster for digital. The agency where I worked, we used to work till 11, 12 at night, developing content which could be served through WhatsApp, on Facebook. COVID was a time we did maximum Facebook Live with cardiologists and diabetologists across the country for a client USV. Right? But for you, when you pass out, I don't think digital is going to be the in technology. Right? They have spoken about the current practical situation in the industry, how they are dealing with it, how it has evolved. I would like to rather focus what's going to come in the next 10 years. Right? And on this forum, if I don't talk about AI, I think it will be injustice. AI is one thing which is going to dominate the industry, not only pharma, but across the sector. I'll give you a very few examples. Right? There are various technologies which are evolving even under AI. You have the genome projects, you have blockchain technology coming up, which is creating a stir in the logistics sectors, the packaging sector. And AI is all pervasive. The top 10 companies are working with a minimum of 4 to 5 AI agencies on different projects as I speak. Right? How AI will influence, I'll just give you 1 or 2 examples. In 2018, Avantis actually globally worked on a project. They have a team, medical communication team, which evaluates medical literatures, and that is their only job. Right? Their average evaluation rate was, they used to do 30 papers in a week. Right? And 2018, they started a project with AI, and AI was able to do a medical literature with 1% mistakes in a span of 10 to 12 seconds. That was the difference, right? A paper which used to take a scanning of 30 to 40 minutes now can be scanned at 2 minutes. And the human error is come down to minimum. And again, as we speak, there is a company work. Hello, technical glitch on this platform should not be allowed actually, right? Okay, so Cantify is working on atrial fibrillation. Everybody used to think that atrial fibrillation cannot be detected early. There are no signs. It comes all of a sudden. And this company, it worked just on the PR interval of ECGs and was able to evaluate a system and bring into practice 30 seconds before you get a atrial fibrillation event, you can actually diagnose it. And the message can be sent to a doctor through the variables in a matter of 10 seconds, and the doctor can take an action before an event happens. So this is what AI is going to bring in. And most importantly, in the manufacturing field, it is reducing the product development time by virtually 60 to 70%. Right? Again, I'll come down to an example. We work with a client, a recent client. They are called as Nutrify Genie. Now what they do is, they have a database of 12,000 nutraceutical as well as Ayurvedic API components, right? They do a search of combinations, medical literatures, and they come out with a formulation in a matter of days. And they have all the international licensing facilities incorporated in their system. So if I want to take a product from their system to the market, it takes me 50 to 60% lesser time, right? So that is what we are talking about. Now, as brand managers, future brand managers, why is this important? First, the reaction time for a brand launch is going to drastically reduce. So your strategies need to be built around those critical factors which are going to impact the technological factors. Second, it is not only restricted to maybe new molecules. You have blockchain technology which is making counterfeits products in the system lesser and lesser, which is already happening in Indian pharma industry. And if I come back to promotions, yes, digital is going to play a role at least for the next 2 to 3 years. After that, probably AI will take a much bigger space, right? And again, a word of caution. In pharma, you have some obstacles to cross as brand managers. First, you will have a person who is helming the business. He might be from a sales background, right? So you will have very few sales people who have a mindset of a marketer, right? So you have to bridge that gap diplomatically. Right? Second is the government regulations will always be there. Just a year back, the government came out with certain regulations which has turned the industry upside down. 2 years back, there was a plethora of gifts in the doctor's table, right? Reps were not bothered about science, right? Tell the brand name, place the gift, ask for prescriptions. Now again, after so many years, the tide has turned. Now science has become important, right? Since gifting has virtually stopped in many of the companies, right? So it's back to the basics. So as brand managers,
we are finding new ways to.
You will find new ways, but science cannot be ignored.
It cannot be repeated.
So as brand managers, my advice for a healthy career ahead would be stick to the science and keep on evolving on the technological aspects. So do you have a better scientific strategy placed to promote your brands? Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Let me add to Anil's AI, this one. Yes, right. I was just coming to the next one, but Anil has also spoken about it. AI is now touching upon pharma, and we, not in terms of, company bringing in AI, but definitely a brand manager or a manager like us who are exploring AI with GTP chat and all this, because we want our work to be done faster. I'm here to sit and write a letter says that you will done this, that. So what we are doing currently is using a platform of ChatGTP or AI platform to correct my problems, and I just define my things. Okay, this is my thing, and it gets within a second. It comes back to me with a perfect English, perfect grammatical thing, and perfect what I want to speak back. So that is what AI is all about. That is what Anil is saying. You cannot challenge AI. You can't go beyond AI, but you need to learn it. And you, as a upcoming new industry people, I think we will be looking for people who have a knowledge and who can, take that platform. Frankly speaking, because if you talk to me about, yes, I'm little equipped with digital, but still I can't think beyond what you guys can think about digital. So I need somebody who can support me, who can guide me, who can help me to get into that platform. Because everybody is trying digital, AI and all. But there is nobody who, from the top to the bottom. So everybody requires somebody who can drive that thing for them. And I'm not looking for somebody who is 30, 40 and 50s who will learn AI and then say, I know everything about AI. I'm looking forward to somebody who is young, who knows AI what exactly, and fresh, who has done AI maybe around 20, 25 years of age, and who knows how to handle it, who knows. I'm quick enough to ask him, yeah, give me this molecule details. It comes on my desk in seconds. Somebody who gives me that quick response. I'm looking out for somebody who supports me, who's on my backhand for taking my quick decisions. That's how I will be first in the ground level. Today, why I'm speaking this is because from a startup challenge, I'm looking at this as a core competency for me to survive in this market. Giving a live example which I had recently, which we are currently discussing about, calcium supplement, which is an injectable form which got off patent recently from the market, and there are price war happening amongst the every leader player, every player. So initially, people thought maybe 4 or 5 players will be playing in this market, and
big players like DRL or for that matter, Sanofi or whoever companies will come into this market. But the market is open for everyone. Today, I think more than 100 players are there playing in this market within a span of just 2 months. So being competitive in that market, I have to have quick decisions making capacity. And as rightly said by Anil, as rightly everybody is talking about AI, if I don't get the information quick on my desk, so I'm not be able to take that right decision. So price war has already happened, and it is happening within frequent seconds, where people are playing on the thin margins. People are playing on the very competitive margins where I want to succeed in that market. Gone those days where you can create a brand with your scientific, with your promotions, with your this one, because the decisions are so quick, the decisions are so fast that you are just thinking about it and somebody is doing it on the table. So that fast you have to make yourself get into that AI thing, because that is very, very important for the future of this world. As Anil said, digital is a small part of it, but AI is going to take up everything from there. And you need to learn and you need to come with that thing. So add to your career, add something in your AI curriculum. So you will be, ahead of the others. So.
So I think Vijendra sir has touched upon a very important point when he talked, the usage of ChatGPT. How many of you guys use ChatGPT? Amazing. So all of us, right? So I think that has made your life quite simple, right? So I recollect an example. So to my mind, ChatGPT is like a meta-analysis of Google, of all the search engines. So, if you have to prepare a presentation and just put a accurate keyword, you will get all the points. So, now you can do it in flat 5 minutes. And then if you want to develop a presentation on that, your PowerPoint also has now enabled AI feature. So if you go to the design tab on your PowerPoint, you actually can make a presentation within 5 minutes flat. So the point, of course, is that somebody who is well equipped with these tools, and for me, ChatGPT is all about putting the right keywords. So if you're able to put the right keywords and to come to a conclusion, I think that is something, is a skill which many of the senior managers are not too aware also in today's world. Yeah, and I mean, it is the youngsters, I mean, if somebody asked me who is this ChatGPT in our offices, you would have one hand raising up, and today you've got everybody using it. So I think that's the trend that we probably have to understand and really have to get acclimatized to. Second point, again, coming to the innovations bit, as Anil sir and Vijendra sir has also been talking about. So today, industry is actually, to my mind, going to a direction where your service becomes a very important product apart from your drug, the prescription. So what is it that you as a proponent of industry can bring to the table, which actually is a service, but then it can be marketed as a product, and then you actually develop your revenue models around that. So just, yesterday I was reading through some of the articles of the pharma industry in the US. Just yesterday, USFDA has approved an algorithm. So now you're wondering, the job of USFDA is to approve a drug. Now how come they are approving chat algorithms? So there's a algorithm called as BrainC, BRAINSEE, right? So basically, once you have done the story is like that. So if you are a guy who is above 55 and probably are, you might develop Alzheimer's in the future. So your CT scan would actually identify some anomalies in your brain. Your analysis of the CT scan would be fed into a BrainC software. It will do a AI imaging of your brain, and it will say that, boss, in the next 5 years or so, you might start developing the symptoms of Alzheimer. And then, you start your treatment right today. So that's where, technology is getting amalgamated into medicine. So typically, companies who are very strong players into, your CNS drugs, they are actually investing in those early startups, right?
As he was talking about this, one vendor came to us 2 days back regarding this only. Normally we do a blood test, right? There is a new test which he has brought from US, which will do your gene test. And as rightly said, it will give you a complete report, what is the future disease which you will suffer from. So we try to take that, that is the way promotion goes beyond normal. Gifting has become a past thing. So we are trying to adopt. It's little expensive, but it definitely gives a better way of connecting your clients, customers, and it gives a complete report of what disease is going to hit you in coming next few years. So people will be well aware that this is what my genes are all about, and this is what I need to preventive measures. So that is what the level has gone to, that level. So think about those things, what innovation can create. And I think that is just the thought process that AI is just getting into the pharma. I don't know how we will ourselves equip to AI right now, because it is a current situation where we have to just go along with it. It will take another couple of years. The AI take the entire, comes to like digital, how the digital has influenced the Indian market. Today, every payment we do, out of 100, we do around 95 or 99% of payment digitally, right? So that is what AI is. AI looks a very small today, very, very small. But it is going to impact the entire industry, not the pharma, entire world in a very, very different way. As rightly said by him, Google is working way far beyond the normal, where the article says doctor will be there only available to sign. His role of defining a disease will end, because genomics and the other AI functionings will exactly give the disease profile and the report what kind of drug should be used. Am I right? What kind of drug should be used for that patient. The doctor will only sign it because already it is done. Diagnose, everything is done by the AI machines. So that level, it is going beyond that, genomics and everything, where it is just, right now it is just a pinch. It's very small. So that is how the big companies are working upon. So yes, it is going to entirely change the perspective of pharma dynamics and every industry, I would say. So we need to get well prepared for that. And as students, you need to get more and more into, learning how AI is influencing this business model. But definitely get into that room. Very, very important, because then you will be the futuristic students.
So we have a brand, and we wanted to, and that is marketed in ophthalmology. So I'm talking about opthal space, right? So now what has happened that we tried left, right, center, everything we did, and we finally went to the customer doctors and asked that, why are you not prescribing this brand? He said that I rarely see those patients in my clinic. Fine. Now the point that I'm trying to address is there are two things. One is insight and second is services, right? So what Parikshit talked about, services, is very important nowadays. I'll tell you why. So moment we went back to the customer and we did a primary survey, we found that he has pleaded for a lot of patients who has this kind of a disease. I'm talking about, I'll just give a hint. So this drug cannot be prescribed to a patient or this can be prescribed to a patient who has comorbidity like asthma or say any thyroid disease or cardiovascular disease, right? So then point is, a doctor is saying that I don't see a patient because he comes for an ophthalmic test, eye test. He is nowhere related to asthma or say cardio. So the point is, doctor doesn't have a time to ask question to the patient that whether you have this problem or that problem runs in your family, right? So what we thought that if that is a big insight that we have got, so let us screen the patient before he enters the doctor's clinic. We started preparing a digital format of the questionnaire, digital in the phone, and we started giving the links in format of codes in the standees format and then a link. To test this, whether it is working or not, I went to AIMS. Heard of AIMS, right? Delhi, right? I realized India is still a rural country. 70% is still rural. Everybody has a mobile, but may not be a digital mobile. In a way, they cannot access the link, and they cannot feed it. I understood this is not going to work. And when I opened up with the doctor, he critically said that idea is very good, but can't work. Because most of the Indians, you see the patient, the quality of the patient that they are lying there, they cannot use a mobile. So they can only receive the call, yes, hello, that's only for locator, not as a, say, tool to use for a further, evaluation. Now, we immediately gone to the hard copy of it, right? So what has happened then every patient who was screened before he entered into the clinic, just 2 questions, whether you have a cardiac disease or asthma or anybody has it in your family, there was a tick or there was a no tick, right? The moment he used to take this into the clinic, doctors used to see there is a tick mark here. His treatment choice changed, and we started getting those brands, which we were not getting earlier. Now, how it happened? It was purely based on insight, right? So, the point that I want to touch is, as a student, tomorrow you have to prepare yourself for the industry, right? Technology, everything is important. Technology will help you to what? So they all spoke about one thing, that is ChatGPT, AI, even I'm in favor of that. But that is going to do what? The elephant in the room is, they are going to save your time. That's it, right? For a doctor, the chair time is important. If my questionnaire has saved his some time, and in a day if he sees a 100 patient AIMS center like AIMS, I'm able to save 3 or 4 hours of his practice there, I'm sure that he is going to spend those 3 or 4 hours with his family or someone else, right? That is a value addition that I'm going to do. So, insight bringing is very important. As a marketer, keep a knack or eye on how do I generate insight. Whatever be the data says, that can be an observation. But what the insight says, that is very important. Second piece I'm going to talk about is, have you wondered that where the industry is evolving? I'm talking about product knowledge is very important. It is, yes, indeed a very important thing. But it should lead to somewhere. Now, I'm in, say, marketing been like more than a decade now, and what I've observed, the change in the practice, change in the clinic has changed. Doctors now, they are no more dependent on pharma companies for any knowledge. Trust me. And you can try it out. Doctors are no more dependent on pharma companies for knowledge. Kal wo banda aayega and he will talk about some science and I will understand that science and I will write. No, we are wrong then. Today, there are n number of conferences and we will agree, and we are suffering because of that, right? The industry is bleeding because of that, because a lot of money has to go through that. So, doctors are more dependent on those conferences for the scientific sessions. Today, they don't need us. Then, how will I differentiate myself? How will I go and promote a brand with that product knowledge, right? So, product knowledge is very important for you, but that should bring or lead to some sort of insight that how can I make him prescribe when science is not the key route. So I'm not discouraging you from taking you away from that, don't read science. Scientific knowledge about your brand has to be there. This is very important. No one should speak better than you in the room about the product that you're handling. Not even your GM or not even your CEO. You are the only brand manager who will talk. Even a management trainee handling a brand, he should talk more often than anyone else in the company. Remember this, right? So changing, but the insights, how do you bring out insights from those data that ChatGPT generates, right? How do I bring them insights from this academics which I have learned, right? These are very important. Have an eye on those things, right? This is very important.
I think I would like to come back to this one. Community science. It will lead to insight. What he's talking about is what your customer goes through. You need to be, that's what in the early, when I spoke about, I said, you need to go back to the doctor and check what really the problem is. That is what the insight is all about. He's saying that will only come because when you take the ChatGPT or for that matter the scientific literature and all, the customer of India or the customer, the report which you have gone through, have a different perspective. Am I right, Anil? It might have a very different perspective, but when your customer who is sitting and diagnosing a patient, the language of that patient is totally different from the language which other country or trials have happened. So it is very, very important. When Anil says about scientific, Pinakin says about science and insightfulness, it comes to the real core is you understand the molecule well, you understand the disease profile well, but finally, when you need to design or when you need to develop or when you need to have a tactics for your brand, you need to go back to the desk and go back to the customer who is actually looking into that disease, that diagnosis, that patient, and then only the insightfulness of that thing will happen. Once you are able to define that, and it is not about one, it is about go to 10, 15, do a pilot. Do a pilot to understand whether the problem is same. As he rightly said, there was a questionnaire which says that whether you have a comorbid condition in you. So it is not that one patient he talked about. There was around 10, 15, 20 or maybe thousands of patients where they found that this is a critical problem for that kind of a therapy. So have that knowledge, science knowledge behind it, and have those insightfulness, and finally go back to the customer, understand from the customer perspective, you will get many unfold things which will help you to design your strategy. ChatGTP, or for that matter any other gadgets or any other thing which are revolving around you, will definitely support you. But ultimately, the key for your brand or the key communication will only come from the customer, the person who is prescribing your product. Right, Anil? Right? So that is very, very important. When you have so much of knowledge, when you have so much of technology around, when you have so much of information coming to you, you think this information might be right, or you might take up the information as it is. But the condition, the atmosphere, the parameters are totally different from the ones which is on a ground level with the current patient, with the current therapy. So you need to understand that, and then you need to promote, or then you need to design your strategy accordingly.
Good. I think this is very interesting topic here. I don't know who has made the agenda, but kudos to one who has made this. Innovation and elevation in pharma, right? Both are different. If I've understood, innovation is different, elevation is different, right? So there is something which is there and you have innovated from there, maybe an elevation, right? Now, this takes me to another level of thought that there could be two more parameters, and I'll tell you why. One is innovation, one is elevation. Another two could be reduction and deletion, right? So as a person, we should understand the four things: innovation, elevation, reduction, and deletion. The point is, I'm going to say, what am I doing more, which I was not doing? Or industry, it is little less in the industry, I have to do more, right? Second is, what I need to delete, which is redundant. I was doing it, but then it is not required at all, right? I have to delete it. What is that I was doing, overdoing, but then I have to reduce it, resize it, right? So that's reduction and elevation, and always something new, innovation. Innovation is one thing which will always keep you one step ahead in the value curve. Remember, value curve is very important. Every brand to every company has a different value curve. So has every brand. The value curve means how am I looking different? The different is very important. If I am converging, means two companies or two brands have similar value curve, I am sure that one will get a hit. The bigger one will get the advantage. The two curves should always look very different. So you have to understand as a strategist or as a brand manager tomorrow that what these four parameters I just spoke about: creation, what I'm going to raise, what I'm going to delete, what I'm going to reduce. This will help you to understand how am I different tomorrow. Year one I was this, year two I'm looking different, and you can do it very effectively. Just list down 4 or 5 activities that you are doing. Do it for you. You are a brand, right? Brand in persona, right? Every brand has a personality, right? You can do it for yourself also. That these are the 4 things which I was doing in this year, and you rate it from a scale of 0 to 5, right? And next year I'm going to change this, right? Every new year we take a resolution. Now we'll do exercise, right? You change it like that. So you change in the same order. You change that. Okay, if I was 3 here, I will try to be 5 here. If I was 1 here, I will try to be 4 here. If I was 5 here, I will try to be 1 here. And then plot a graph. And you will see both should look different. And if it looks different, that's the point. And that's where you are going to make a difference. Even it is not very important, but that differentiation will help you to build something really meaningful in the system, right? So this is very important.
Wanted to tell you about an interesting case study. How AI and digital technology has actually it's there it's there in front of us. So it's not something which is going to come in the next 5 years. It's already come into our lives. So coming to my organization, we of course are a very futuristic organization, and there's a dedicated vertical now which is actually looking at the therapies of the future. So just like a couple of months back, I guess there was a new product which was launched in the digital therapeutic space. So I hope you've maybe read it through somewhere. It's called as Nerul. If you just Google it, it's actually a wearable device for your migraine. So typically, for migraine, what's the standard practice for all these years? You give a sumatriptan or a rizatriptan, and it's a medical management. But now there's this device which is actually it's a wearable. It's like a watch or something. You have to just strap it on, and it will actually send some signals to your brain, and it will actually help to treat migraine, right? So now you will be wondering, how does a device, fit into the whole matrix? So typically now, things have moved literally beyond this medication and have actually devices coming into the picture. Now, when we look at it into a different way, you will see it's a whole ecosystem which is getting built. So firstly, there's this device which has got a hardware. So hardware has encroached into our area of therapeutics. Then to drive that, there's a separate software. It's a proprietary software which is actually helping that capturing of the data. And then there is an AI algorithm which is actually dictating what is the pattern of the patient. So as an example, if you still have pain and you actually record in that scale that despite taking this, despite using this device, my pain on the scale of 1 to 10 still rests on 7. That is actually telling you about the patient. So it is correlating with the patient profiles, it is correlating with the patient characteristics. So on the back end of the device, there's a lot of fission of the data which is happening, and which is actually helping develop a very robust kind of patient profile, which talks about your age, it talks about your gender, it talks about your comorbidities, and it is actually giving out a model as to what a patient of migraine might actually look like, right? So do you see that? So what is actually a doctor doing, a neurologist or a neurophysician who is actually treating this condition? Apart from prescribing a sumatriptan, he is actually prescribing an application to you, right? So this is a very definitive change in the HCV practice, which is getting visible. That apart from medications, you are actually now getting prescribed applications, right? So my objective of telling this to you is that keep your minds and your vision open. That you might not be selling pills in the next 5 years, right? Many of you, including me also, I don't know where I will land, but we actually should be ready to bring in understanding of these aspects of healthcare, which are just beyond the binary, pills. Ye goli din mein 2 baar lena hai, and something like that, right? So there is a completely different realm to our understanding of healthcare, and we all, as students of pharmaceutical marketing, should be open enough to accept that technology is something that we need to understand, and probably apart from other brand managers, we will be also competing with biomedical engineers. We'll be competing with engineers who would be vying essentially for this same space as a brand custodian or as a brand manager. So that's one side. Now, second, on the flip side, AI also has got its own dangers in terms of scavenging of jobs, in terms of limiting of opportunities. So just to give a classical example, typically in industry there's this function of trainers, who train the budding medical reps as to how do you pitch your products. So today, Dr. Reddy's also is employing some of the AI products. So as an example, if I'm a brand custodian, I would have my video recorded, right? So this is the way I want my product to be pitched to a doctor. An AI tool would assess me, and based on my, my detailing or my pitch, they would create certain standards that, okay, somebody has to have a pause here, somebody has to re-emphasize this point. So a medical rep who is to be trained, he has to sit at his home, usko wo application, he has to run that application, he has to on that video, his own video, and he has to detail the product basis the script that I provide him. Then the AI tool will actually rate the person that on a scale of 1 to 10 where you feature. So the role of trainer then becomes redundant, no? So that is also a flip side that of AI, that it is actually taking away a lot of jobs which are actually, very necessary in today's parlance. So this is also happening. So at the same time, typically in pharma, brand managers have to prepare a detail aid for a doctor, right? And I would probably prepare a detail aid, my manager would assess it, and then it will go on the field. But then there are now AI softwares which are coming that before I run this to the medical rep's iPad, I need to upload my detail aid into a software. The software will decide how are your messages reflecting. Because they have that whole backend database saying that if your logo size is maybe not 30% of your detail aid page, then there's a chance that doctors may not be able to register your message. So all that algorithm is getting built in. So maybe as a brand manager, I would see that this is my message, my manager agrees to the thought, but the AI tool might reject it, right? So this is the things which are happening now. These are the softwares which are, we are using those softwares for some of the brands. And AI, and then we as brand managers are wondering at what is it that I did wrong, because all these 10 years and decades of experience has taught me that this is the way my detailer has to be designed. But then the global practice is not in alignment with this, and the tool rejects my judgment, right? So we all should be ready to be challenged, and we all should be ready to be shown that your 10 years of experience counts nothing, because globally you are not where you are supposed to be. Right.
I would just like to go back to what Pinaki had said, right? Two live examples in terms of database available to doctors, knowledge, information available to doctors in this world. Right? We are doing a launch project with one of our clients. It's a product which is first time in India, but has been available across the globe for nearly 2-3 years, more than that. Right? And when we did a survey with at least 15 prominent gynecologists across the country, believe me, only 2 doctors out of 15 were aware about that combination available globally. Right? So, yeah, data is abundant for the doctors, but how much do they use that data? Right? That is the first point. So, as brand managers, we still have a lot of scope to actually communicate science to doctors, because a doctor cannot go through everything which is published on the net. He has his practice. Yeah, his schedule is very tight and he has limited time to browse literatures. So there is a scope still to pass on information to the doctor to buy some time. My second example is a very live example. I was doing a call for one of my clients with a senior nephrologist who is situated in Bombay only. Right? There were 10 reps as per the schedule. Each rep took not more than 6 seconds to come out of the cabin. He went in, 6 seconds, he was out. Right? Out of that 10, only one guy, he sat in the cabin for 8 minutes. Right? And fortunately, we were the last. So when we entered, I know the doctor personally, so I asked him, okay, you get so many reps, right? Most of them are off in 6 to 10 seconds. Why did you listen to that guy for 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes? He told me, I also asked him, okay, you have access to so much database, you go through so much information, so is there something which pharma can provide to you? So he told me, Anil, there is a lot of database, but my time is very limited, right? And he's a speaker on most of the nephrology conferences, mind that. Right? So he told me, this guy came in and he made a dialogue with me on something which was there. I knew about it, but there was depth to what he was speaking. Right? So as brand manager, what is our primary job? Can anybody tell me? The basic key aspect of a primary job in the initial phases of a career. Anybody? I think my colleagues will agree with me. The core primary job is how with my brand can I get that 30 seconds to 1 minute more in a doctor's cabin. Right? It all boils down to that. So my thing is, okay, use technology and data to buy that 1 extra minute in the doctor's cabin, and you will see that your brand will certainly grow. Right? So this is one key message I would like to pass on when I'm talking about innovation and elevation. Innovate your communication to the doctor using technology so that your brand is elevated in the IMS figures. That is a simple message I'd like to pass. Thanks.
I think Parikshit and Anil had spoken, and I'll take another 5 minutes just. I can see people are having lunch. I think Parikshit was talking about AI, defining AI and AI going to take some jobs and all. I think overall, if you look at, it is a tool which will help you, which will enhance your knowledge. It will help you to become better. We have seen the pharma industry. We thought, I'm talking about just recent example of COVID, where there was a challenge by pharma companies where meeting a customer was very, very difficult, and then everybody tried different methods to engage with the customer. We tried all different methods, am I right? Digital tools, webinars, this and that, everything was done by all pharma companies, not pharma, others also. But ultimately, what remains important is
the human, right? It is very, very important, the people existence. Even for that matter, if you recollect, all IT companies, they started work from home. But finally, they have to bring back their people again back to office. Google told their people to come back to office. Every IT person has to come back to office because ultimately it's a human race. It is not a technology race. The person who uses technology for getting better, as rightly said by Anil also, these are tools. They will always be there and they will always help you to, make you better. But they can't overrule you. Ultimately, and that's why human is surviving. That's why human is better than machines today also. They might be perfect, but they can't add emotions. They can't give that feel and touch. They can't. I was looking at a very beautiful advertisement. I don't know how many of you have seen that. This one, robot is there. So he does everything possible with a human. But finally, the human goes to a restaurant and enjoys beer. Okay? But that this robot can't do it. Because there is an emotion, there is a feeling, there is all these things are attached to a human. And that's why when your person gets into the doctor chamber, when you are designing something, think beyond what technology is providing you. We stop there itself and say this is the best which technology has given me. Am I right or wrong? When it is ChatGPT giving you the best of the letter, you say, fantastic. It is one of the best letter. But I forget that whether my person at the ground level, whom I'm communicating and whom I want to send this message, or for that matter, the doctor, will he receive it in the same way? Whether it will have those emotions connected to it, whether what I am going to speak to my customer or whether my words are going in the way I want my customer to get it right. It is all words, na? But ultimately, when you put your feeling to it, when you think from your brain, you are much beyond that innovative things. You are much, and that's why innovation happens. That's why the innovation is happening, because we are thinking beyond the innovation. We are thinking beyond those machines. So ultimately, you have to put yourself beyond all, whatever it is, whatever innovation comes in, whatever technologies comes in. Human is the one who will always drive it. It's the human who makes it, and nobody can challenge that. Whoever says that, whatever is happening around, but ultimately it is controlled by humans. So don't get the innovation go above your head. The day you think that way, then you are not in the industry, or you are nowhere, I would say. Think that it will work for me, but I am the best. I will ensure that this innovation works for me. This innovations give me the best of the things, but I am the decision maker. I will extract what I want to present, and I'll show it to the world, or my boss, or my seniors, or for my anything. Because he will say, yaar, ChatGPT mein to tha, wo tum leke aaye presentation mein ko dikha, wow. But if you have a good boss, if you have a person who understands the depth of it, he will say, what is beyond this? This, so I could have got it from machine. But what is that you have done it in this? So please think beyond that. Yeah. This will always remain, technology will change, everything will happen around you. But you need to evolve, you need to ensure that you are running the show. Innovation, you are doing it, innovation. Whether it is the doctor chambers, whether it is a molecule, whether it is a product, whether it is anything, anywhere in this, you are the one who will drive the technology. Okay? So, yeah. I think.
Thank you, sir. I think we have already ran out of time. But before we take up questions from the audience, I just have one last question where I would like all of you all to share each of your personal opinions. So we touched upon various aspects of innovation into the pharma and the healthcare industry as a whole. So there are certain questions when it comes to innovation specifically in the Indian market. So when we look at innovation globally, where do we see India in terms of innovation? Do we think that the Indian market is ready to accept certain high-end innovations which are probably not accessible to the patients today, maybe compared to the reimbursed markets when we compare? So is innovation actually accessible? Is the Indian market ready to accept these high-end technology and innovations? And where do we see this scenario going forward, sir?
Right. My simple answer is go watch the movie Vaccine Wars, right? So we are there right at the top with the globe, right? And in years to come, I believe we will outrun the global giants like US. That is my firm faith in the Indian scientists and the IT guys from, if you look at US and if you look at the IT guys who are employed there, where are they coming from? It's basically India, right? So we are driving technology across the globe. Our people are driving technology across the globe. And it is just a matter of time that our people within India will drive technology across the globe. That is what I would like to say. Yeah?
It's a government policies. You look at the certain things which are happening around, and you should understand it is not about the parties, it is about the government who drives the business for you, right? And if you look around, it is all about the man who runs the show. The current government is helping the innovation, technologies, because they have a vision. They have put a vision over there, and they say, we want to be a $5 trillion economy by 2026 and 27. When you have a vision so big, then you start working backwards. It's a backward integration, what we do in manufacturing and all. So they start working backwards, and that is how they start thinking about from where it will come. As I said, pharma is one of them, because as rightly said by Anil also, we churn out more number of engineers in the world. We churn out more number of IT guys. We churn out more education because of our it is simple. We are one of the largest population country in the world, and largest in population, plus one of the population which is in a growing phase from 20 to 40. That is a phase which we are in right now. So world is looking at us. The world is looking at how this India will drive the things. As rightly said, COVID has proved us that we have supplied the vaccines to the world. In fact, international giants like Pfizer, everybody tried to take that leverage, and they tried their level best to prove that they are the best. But again, I am saying government policies made it happen. If our government would have restricted on going through the world standards, which is normally the world standards of 4 trials and all that, we would have never been in the race. But government took a decision of saying that we will take certain bold decisions and see to it. Whatever happens, we will take that credit or failure, whatever it is. But they took a bold decisions of giving Indian companies that full authority to go ahead and match the world standard. And that today you can see the results. Today we survived COVID period, and we are known for that. That image building is very, very important. So definitely the future is for India. If his world is driven by Indians, am I right? Google CEO, Indian. MasterCard, Indian. Everywhere, everywhere. So in fact, UK also, Prime Minister is Indian. So the world is driven by the knowledge, by Indian people, and that is how it is going to take up the world. Because we put a lot of efforts, we undergo, as a culture, as a society, we have seen that hardship, which the world, I don't know whether everybody is doing that much, but definitely as an Indian population, as a people, that is our strength. We take that hardship, we take that, we are from middle class, we are not a very developed country, we are developing people, all backgrounds are from a joint family, all these strengthen the strength for India as a country. And definitely it is going take us to the next level, and we will be in the race. And I think definitely the kind of bold steps, the things happening around is going to take us to the next level. We will be definitely in the innovation industry, we will be there. Policies, again, I'm coming back to the same. Policies of the government will drive this entire thing, right?
Just one point I want to add here. The kind of, sir has already covered most of the points. So, if India certainly is in the forefront of the innovations, and a lot of new Indian companies now are investing in the early US startups, they are acquiring rights to brands, and typically that innovation excellence will happen certainly in India. A lot of Indian companies are also now developing breakthrough drugs. Zydus has got certain candidates in the pipeline. Sun Pharma has got a lot of candidates in the pipeline. Reddy's has few candidates in the pipeline. So these are all we are moving in the right direction, of course, and a lot of Indian startups, especially in places like Bangalore and all, you'll have got a lot of healthcare startups which are actually doing some excellent work. Just a small suggestion to all of you, because it's a more of academic setting, and if you have to be ahead of the curve, try to understand कि ये जो बड़ी companies है, what are they thinking? So the practice that I still follow today also, I go to the global website of the company. Similarly, go to Novartis का website. You download their annual report. वो May June के महीने में आता है, depending on when the financial year of the company ends. And there is something called as an investor presentation, which is there as a part of global website also. वो खाली download करने का and try to understand कि what are these guys thinking. So you will really get a perspective ki, yes, this is what probably the future would look like, and this is what these companies are actually trying to do that. So from a purely academic perspective, if you want to understand how innovation in pharma companies is happening, they will give you a fair idea. Go to these amazing innovative companies, say like Amgens of the world, or Pfizer's of the world, Novartis, amazing. They are doing like amazing work in terms of innovation. So they have this tagline called as reimagining medicine. I mean, they are actually doing that. The CAR T therapies or the wearables, Novartis is everywhere. So just go to the website, download the annual report. It's a 150 पन्ने का document होता है. We cannot read that, but just उसको browse करो. You will understand some of the keywords. Download their investor presentations. You will really get a good sense as to how these companies are thinking and looking at the future.
Just a few minutes more. So recently I had an opportunity to meet Dr. P. Chidambaram, and I asked the question that's where the topic came up. He said that I never realized that Paytm can be used by everyone today, because he was the one who laughed at it. Maybe at a point he said that how is it possible to have Paytm? Now he is amazed. Even the point that I'm going to say is that policymakers nowadays have more confidence on whatever you bring in India, it will be adapted, right? So I think we have a bright future, and India is a get-going market. So I think we are in the right place at the right time, right? So I think that's what I think we have to say. So thank you everyone for this, and if you have any questions, we can always throw it to us.
Don't keep on innovating something when you get into the industry. That is the learning point, because too much of innovation has happened here. Go to the basics. Whatever is expected from you on the table, that is very, very important. Because if you talk about all these things, the first thing is the world is moving very fast. We need fast people. So you have to have that kind of a thought process. When your boss is telling you to do something, have innovation in your doing things. That is most important. Am I clear? Because if you start saying that this I have learned and this is what I am going to experiment and do, then you will not match with the industry need, which your boss will never expect from you, because he wants to show, build the brands, he wants to, and he has got an experience with you. Have that confidence in him. Make that confidence feel better, because you have a lot of energy. I don't deny that fact. But have that first innovation is to get things clear. What my boss is expecting from me. If you are in sync with that, have that belief. Industry should start believing in you. You start believing in the industry. That is the first thing which you need to innovate when you get into the industry. I should start believing in what I am doing, whether I am doing it right, what my boss is expecting from me. So expect innovation in what is given to you. That is the first small step for you when you get into the industry. Am I right? So don't think too big. Think from innovation from your desk itself. And that is what the learning will be all about. From there, your journey starts. And you can innovate when you get a responsibility of your brand, when you get a responsibility of your job, control of things. But when you get into the industry, you have to innovate in yourself, sink in with the things, get innovated on the table itself, how innovatively I can put the things across to my seniors. And that is what will take you forward, right? This is the last word from my side.
Thank you, sir. So before ending this session, if anybody from the audience wants to ask any question. Anyone, any questions?
Warm afternoon, dear alumni. My name is Neeraj Thakre from PGDM Biotechnology Management. I wanted to ask you that what hygiene practices should be done for sales internship, what tactics you have applied, and how they have helped you for making a marketing strategy.
So I think you have touched a raw nerve here, and it's a very important question because for a good career in product management, to my mind, sales stint is the basic thing that you have to do. I worked as a sales rep. So first opinion is that sales is a very humbling job. It will crush your ego like no other job does. So when I through campus placement, I was absorbed into Zydus, and of course I had this flamboyance that having good academics, good credentials, having master's degree done, I shouldn't be doing sales job. And the way I was, treated by the stockist and the chemist, initially it was quite disappointing, so to say. So coming to your question, firstly, stick to the business hygiene that your area managers or your RSMs would expect you to do. There are basics in sales stint. There are some basics that you have to adhere to. Your call average, coverage, RCPA. Delivering across the key messages. Try to do that in a textbook manner, because what will happen is that you will be influenced by a lot of other reps who would tell you that, oh this is all theory, in practice it doesn't work. Don't listen to them. Listen to what your heart says. Try to go by the book, because once you are in the shoes of product manager, you will probably understand that what works and what may not work. Secondly, from the marketing point of view, when you're detailing your brands to the doctor, try to understand that what is the cutoff time. Ek time ke baad he gets a little worked up and says, "Arey bas kar yaar." So try to understand that, okay, what is working in my message and what is not working. And if I were in the shoes of the product manager, how I would make that job more simpler so that I don't elicit this kind of reaction. Correct. So try to work on that and try to whenever you're into cycle meetings, when I was into a rep, typically my mindset was, this fellow is just talking and talking. Kab khatam hoga ye? So try not to have that mindset. At times the things might be a little boring. You might feel this is repetitive. Try to listen and observe as to why this person is saying what he's saying. That will really shape you as an individual, right? So So one keyword is patience. Have a lot of patience. The sales job will teach you that. Don't be in a extra hurry to get things done. मेरे को अभी 3 महीने हो गया, now I have to get into head office. Don't try to be too finicky about that. For me, I was grounded in the sales job after my masters here. 1 year I was in field completely. And once I reached head office, my first job was to go to the dispatch department and pack boxes. Right? So then, how would somebody feel, "Arey boss, this is, मैंने ये करने के लिए ये इतना पढ़ाई किया था क्या?" But then nobody intentionally wants you to do that, right? It's part of the learning curve. So try to accept that with a pinch of salt. There will be moments in your life when you will say, "Boss, this is not working for me." So trust me, you're too early to say that, right? This is not working for me बोलने के लिए 1 या 2 साल काफ़ी नहीं है. You need to at least spend 5 or 6 or 10 years or whatever that number is to really come to that conclusion. So don't come to conclusions very fast. Try to absorb things in a matured way. Try to show that urgency, but then don't show that desperation of doing things or having things. That would be my suggestion. Sir?
I would say enjoy your journey. That's most important. When you are into a role, you should enjoy that. That's very, very important. If you are not enjoying what you are doing, then you are not for it. It's as simple as that. So I think when we were in the field, I'm talking about 1998, 96, 98. We just were there and we were enjoying what we were doing. But we have an aspiration to get into the product management. We got into the product management, and then we were given the sales role again for 6 months and 10 months. But we enjoyed that. We never said we will not go back and learn. We enjoyed our journey, but have timelines for it. Always have a timelines for what you want to do, where you want to reach. That is very, very important in your career. If you're not getting it that place, you need to look for options available. Sometimes happens because everything is not in your control. So you need to control the things with your timelines, with your knowledge, with your thought process. Don't sit back, have timelines for yourself. This, by this, by this, by this. As rightly said, think about if you want to be in sales, this is the timeline when I have to learn. 1 year, so I have to learn. I have to get into the things of 1 year. I have to do everything best possible to learn sales. Whatever way, bad things, good things, everything. But if I have to go out after 1 year, I have to go out. I can't sit back and say, no, chalega, dekhti hu and all. So have those timelines for you. Enjoy that journey. That's very, very important. And then break from there. Go to the next level, go to the next level. You will gradually think, you will have a lot of experience, and then you will definitely evolve as a better person in terms of brand management or in terms of whatever you do. So enjoy, that is most important. Don't ever come back when somebody's, some day is not good. Don't fall back, yaar, galat kar diya. Don't think about all that. Think about what is going to be the outcome, what is going to be the results. Because nothing is in your control. Sales will not be in your control. Bosses will not be in your control. There will be 10 things which will come to you. You guys are coming from a management level. Sales guy, correct me if I'm wrong, sales guy will never accept you because he will say, we have come a hard way. So he will try to build you hard way. So you have to accept that. So never ever go against him, say, he doesn't know anything and I know better than him. He does not know how to do the things. Accept it. Accept, get the things cleared, get the concept clear, do the sales to the best of your thing, and then move on. Then thinking, I have to move to the next level. Have those timelines for yourself. That is very, very important. Okay, Anil?
Thank you so much, sir. I think that was a great piece of advice for someone who's about to start their corporate journey, especially when companies want to put you for a certain period of time actually in the field. So thank you everyone for patiently listening to this great panel discussion. Thank you to the panelists for sharing their insights.
In this moment, I would like to take out a moment and thank and appreciate our knowledge partner, LPC, Life Pharma Coalition. Sir, we appreciate your enthusiasm and support. We are keen and looking forward for your more support in the coming future. So we would also like to call Mr. Yashwant Mishra on the stage. And I request Professor Jharnalullah to felicitate Mr. Yashwant Mishra.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to the panelists and everyone for listening patiently. Have a good day, everyone. I request the students to please remain seated. Everyone, please remain seated.
करिए ना
Pharmacy course, I think many ideas do crop in your mind. What exactly, what next? You do have an option of doing a M.Pharm course, right? And some of you may look forward to doing a management course, okay? Or somebody may like to do a management course in the area of healthcare or pharma, right? So we just want to clarify some of the doubts that you may have on your mind with regards to your future course of action with respect to your career, right? And at the same time, we take this opportunity to introduce you to SIES School of Business Studies. And you all know today we are celebrating the 25th year, and we were the first in the country to start this pharmaceutical management course in association with IDMA. So this is a feat, and today we are celebrating this feat. And we are one of the oldest societies, the trust, that is the South Indian Education Society. And I'm proud to say that we are one of the leading B schools in the Indian landscape, right? And in front of you, these are some leading rankings given by Times B School, and we've been consistently ranking the top management schools in not only in Western region but also in India. So these are some of the rankings. I'm quickly scrolling through all of them, and SIES has bagged some very, very prestigious award. One of the recent ones that you can see is the Top Management Institute at Times Education Icons, and both the institutions, which is SIES SBS and our sister institution, which is SIES College of Management Studies, we both have been, both the institutions have bagged these awards. And the auditorium where you're sitting here today, it is part of a very important infrastructure. We have the top-of-art infrastructure, which includes this auditorium and other seminar halls, classrooms, and a library, Wi-Fi facility. So another very important resource that we have is that we have a huge resource of faculty who visit us in addition to our core faculty, which are 24 in number. So we have a healthy faculty ratio, student-faculty ratio of 1:13, right, which is quite a very, very ambitious number to be achieved by any education institutes currently till date. Now, looking at some of the very important programs, since you all are from the pharmacy background, this might be of interest to some of you. We have two very important programs which are focused towards the pharma and the biotech industry. One is the postgraduate diploma in pharmaceutical management, and the other one is in the area of biotechnology management. So both are catering to the requirements. So we kind of skill students particularly to face the pharma industry. And let me be very frank with you, like one of the guests today has spoken about organizations not meeting their human resource requirements, right? So particularly we are trying to put in that plug in that particular gap that is there. That is where the skill set which is essentially required by the industry and what we shape up here in our organization. And the criteria, these are the criteria for admission, eligibility criteria for our courses, any graduation in life sciences. Now, one of the very important things, like all of us, including me here, we all have been like science graduates. So our aptitude is slightly different when we think of adopting a career in the area of management, right? So any management institute or B school that you basically aim to enter, you want to enter in your future, so you make sure you also have any of these important entrance exams, management entrance exams course with you handy. So you have a couple of such examinations like CAT, SAT, Maharashtra CET, CMAT, MAT, and ATMA. And for your reference, I have basically put in some important dates if you are ambitious towards, or if you are planning to embark your journey in this particular direction. These dates may come a little handy for you. So MAT exam registrations are going to begin in February, and the exam, essentially the computer-based test, is happening in the month of March. And this exam, MAT, CMAT, ATMA, all these exams are considered 3 to 5 times in a year, right? So if you have management degree on your minds, or you want to pursue a career in the area of management, make sure you make the right progress in this direction, because this is one of the biggest important criteria to make and enter into a B school. Now, we are proud to say that the kind of education that we provide at SIES School of Business Studies, it is top of the line, and we have the most, we boast about one criteria, which is the quality education. So, and of course, a contemporary syllabus, we have an able board of studies, which has members from the pharma and the biotech industry, and they provide their inputs with regards to improvising the syllabus with respect to the current requirements of the industry, right? So the syllabus has to be very important in requirement or in line with the kind of requirements that are there with the industry. And of course, we have a very, very able, very, very efficient placement department, which includes faculty members as well as our students who've been ably giving ample opportunities, bringing in ample opportunities on campus for all aspects. So these are some of the learning pedagogies that we basically have. We have certain very, very important sectoral initiatives like market-based projects and many others for the pharma industry. And we have a lot of corporate interactions happening over every weekend, that is on Saturdays, when in all corporate professionals, they come and do experience churning, which is a continuous practice throughout the trimester system that we have over here. Now, these are some of the very important student initiatives, capstone projects, SIP. So your buddies who are there right now, they are going to usher into their summer internship projects just in short a while from the month of May onwards, right? And this is my last slide, which talks about the if you have any further queries with regards to our organization, you may write your email at this particular email ID to resolve if any queries that you have with regards to our courses, our academic initiatives, or any specific queries about how to go about, getting in touch with the relevant people with whom you can do or get some experience and your knowledge enhancement with respect to how management courses are all about, right? Because this 5 minutes time period may not be very much sufficient to tell you what all, everything that we are doing throughout the year, but I believe I have given you a glimpse of it. If anyone has any question, I think your buddies are here. They'll be able to handle those questions. Otherwise, I am also there over this particular lunchtime. You may come and please discuss so that, we can informally discuss more in this regard. Thank you so much for your patience, and I'm sure you all have a lot of ambitions for your future career, and I wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
So, hello everyone, just last 5 minutes, I know.
Guys, 2 minutes more, please, 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 please.
Please, last 5 minutes, I know. Okay, so, on behalf of SIES, I'm thrilled to invite you all to our upcoming College Fest virtualities, which we are celebrating it on 23rd of Feb. So, under the virtualities umbrella, we basically have two distinct events, Pharma Vision, which is dedicated to the fascinating world of pharmaceuticals, and BioGerent, showcasing the cutting-edge advancements in biotechnology. So please join us on 23rd Feb. So for the events will be filled with competitions and the opportunity to engage with some of the brightest minds in the field. So see you all there, and yeah, have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Thank you for coming and attending session. A big round of applause for all of you, please. Okay, two important announcements. Refreshments रखा है आपके लिए. दोनों गेट से नहीं, एक गेट से आप जाएंगे, एक गेट से आप जाए ताकि रश ना हो. ओके. सेकेंड थिंग, पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन, जो भी ग्रुप्स अलॉट हुए हैं वही ग्रुप्स पीओसी से कांटेक्ट में 3 जगह पे आपका पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन होगा. जीएसटी ऑडी, मेन ऑडी एंड S1 में आपके पीओसीज ने वो ग्रुप नंबर भेजा होगा. आफ्टर रिफ्रेशमेंट्स आप प्लीज़ वहाँ पे पहुँच जाइए, ठीक है. 3 बजे से 3 बजे. सेकेंड थिंग, इन केस अगर किसको अपने फ्रेंड्स का पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन अटेंड करना है अपार्ट फ्रॉम द पार्टिसिपेंट्स, दे कैन सिट, सपोर्ट योर फ्रेंड्स, देर इज़ नो कंपल्शन. ओके, थैंक यू गाइस, थैंक यू लॉट. प्लीज़ बी सीटेड. एक मिनट. अरे रश मत करो भाई, मॉब लिंचिंग हो जाएगा इधर ही. हाँ,
Guys, please be seated. 2 minutes. Guys,